I'm grabbing new
Oof.
water.
Well, today's going to be another absolute banger. We got a great group of people, great lineup. We have, let me try and think of some of the panels we set up. We have the next one coming up is going to be Coinjoins and Coinswaps, Lightning Privacy, Lightning Payments. We have a Sidechains panel, a Mempool panel. So an absolute fire lineup for today. Keep the high signal content going over here on the open source stage. Once again, I just want to thank everybody who helped make this happen. I mean, there's a team of 10, 20 people back there that no one sees that make sure all this goes smoothly. We got all these production guys in the back. Really couldn't do without them. We also have a panel today on open source funding and raising money for developers. If you were here yesterday, I talked about my initiative at opensats.org. My co-founder will be on that panel. What I didn't mention, and that I should have mentioned, is that we are accepting applications for projects and contributors to be listed on opensats.org. So if you are a contributor, if you are a developer, or you're a maintainer of a project, make sure you submit it so we can get you listed. We have some people listed already. So you can go to opensats.org. You can donate to our general fund where we contribute 100% of the proceeds to board-selected projects, or you can actually choose the individual projects you want to do. Now, when you go to that donation page, some people said, oh, it says email, name is required. That's only if you check the tax deductible. If you check non-tax deductible, you don't have to provide us any information. You can just donate sats directly to the cause. What else do I have on my homework that I'm supposed to talk about right now? We have Raspberry Blitz auction happening at 3 o'clock. There's going to be 3 Raspberry Blitz nodes available for that. Proceeds of that auction will go 50% to OpenSats, 50% to Raspberry Blitz development. So if you want a really nice hardware node, consider coming for that and supporting a good cause at the same time. I just want to say that, these last 3 days, I mean, it's been 6 months in the making, 8 months in the making, has been extremely rewarding. This is a global movement. A lot of times people get caught up in a lot of drama and a lot of bullshit. But at the end of the day, we have passionate people around the world that are moving this mission forward, that are contributing to open source projects, that are contributing to code that will outlive all of us, and we can't do it alone. So being able to meet all of you, talk to you in person, is just really one of the most rewarding things. And I know it can feel exhausting at times, it can feel overwhelming, but one step at a time, we get through it together, and I really do think we can make the world a better place in a very actionable way, So appreciate all of you. Fortunately and unfortunately, I've been basically in this room all 3 days, so I haven't been to the main stage. But there was some really great talks that I heard about yesterday that I do, these things, it's very hard to view all the content in person, so do consider checking out all the video on demand after the fact. Everything was recorded in high quality. I know Fode had a really great keynote yesterday talking about his new Bitcoin Africa conference, which I'm really excited about. I really like this blossoming communities that are happening in the developing world. They're extremely powerful. Gladstein had an absolutely insane freedom panel that really is what this movement is about. So go check that out. And of course, the guy who stole the show, Jack Mahlers, had his announcement about nearly 50% of US merchants starting to accept Lightning with no KYC, payable from any Lightning wallet. And we have 2 panels today, Lightning Privacy and Lightning Payments, that are going to be highly relevant to that conversation. So the timing could not be better. Anyway, with all that said, I love you all. We're going to fucking do this thing. I hope you enjoyed today. Huge thank you to the Bitcoin Magazine team for putting this all together and getting this fantastic space. Huge thanks to our sponsor, Cash App, who also helped make this happen. This is not cheap. This is not cheap, and I really do appreciate it. And thank you to all our open source contributors and all around the world, especially those who couldn't make it. Appreciate you all. Let's do this.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Glad to be back here in Miami. I'm humbled and honored to be presenting this panel with this great cast of builders over here. It's a very important panel on Coinjoins and Coinswaps, which are some essential tools that we can use to give Bitcoiners privacy on-chain. My name's Evan Kaloudis. I'm an application developer. I'm the founder of Zeus, a Lightning wallet. And I've got quite a cast here today. Let's start from the left. I got Ben Carman from Bitcoin Company. You've been working on some stuff with Coinjoins and Lightning. It's called Ellen Vortex, right?
Yeah. I made a proof of concept application to open up Lightning channels inside of a Coinjoin, and hopefully actually launching it soon. Yeah.
Super exciting. Excited to play around with that. Next, we got Craig Roth from Sparrow Wallet, which is my favorite way to manage my on-chain funds. He's recently added support for doing Samurai Whirlpool Coinjoin transactions. And you've also got like Paynim stuff in there.
Yeah.
So really cool to see another wallet implement those two tools, and it's going to be fun to get into that in a bit. Next up, we got Fontaine. How are you doing today, Fontaine?
Good, and you?
Great. So Fontaine, you've got a iOS application fully noded, and you've recently implemented a UI in there for managing CoinJoin instances, or join market instances, which are a form of CoinJoin that use like a maker-taker model, right?
Correct.
Excellent stuff. Really excited to have more tooling, more UI for join market. So that's great. And last up, we got Nick Gregory from Mercury Wallet. He has a new product. It's a state chain wallet that performs Coinswaps. It's quite a bit different from Coinjoins, but I've been messing around with it this week, and I've been loving the experience so far. So excited to get into that as well. So yeah, I don't think we really got to get into why Bitcoin privacy is important in this volatile world where we're seeing, people getting deplatformed from different accounts, and all the turmoil in the world between people in Ukraine and Russia dealing with their governments and the situation there, people living just generally under authoritarian regimes, and more closely what's happened in Canada with the trucker protest and the scrutiny that people have gotten after making these Bitcoin-driven donations. So let's kick into the difference between a Coinjoin and a Coinswap. There's a lot of similarities, but very distinct methods of getting on-chain privacy. So anyone want to give us like a good overview of what a Coinjoin really is, what it consists of?
Sure, I'll have a go at that. So I think the issue that we're trying to address with both Coinjoins and Coinswaps is the fundamental issue that Bitcoin is non-fungible, right? So we wish that we had non-fungibility at a protocol layer. We don't have that, so we have to address that at an application layer. And both Coinjoins and Coinswaps are attempts to do that. They differ in the sense that with a Coinswap, you are effectively swapping out one coin's history for a different coin's history. So for example, you may have two coins of the same size, and then you're trying to say, well, I'm going to swap my history with yours, for example, Evan. With a Coinjoin, what we have is a number of different participants come and they join together to basically create what we call, for the most part, an equal output Coinjoin, where we have a set of inputs and a set of outputs. And the outputs are all the same size. And if they're all the same size, then it's very difficult to tell where the ownership of funds went after the fact. So particularly if we have multiple rounds of Coinjoins, we have this anonymity set which builds over time. So the chief difference between the two is that instead of swapping one person's history or one kind of individual's history for a different history, what we have is swapping your history for the entire Coinjoin anonymity set that you are taking part, or at least that part that applies to you. And that's kind of the difference, as I see it, between the two.
Cool. Yeah, that's a great overview. So now, Coinswaps, at least in the case of Mercury Wallet, are being built off of a state chain. Nick, would you want to get into what a state chain is for people?
Sure. So a state chain it's another Bitcoin layer 2. So obviously not as well known as the others like a sidechain or a Lightning network, but it was an idea that was drafted in a paper written by Ruben Samson in 2019, and it's a way of basically transferring your private keys or UTXOs off chain. And yeah, so we built the first version of this, and essentially we swap the coins and we swap the private keys, and it's non-custodial. So the first use case was CoinSwap. Now it is different than CoinJoin in that you're essentially swapping history. So there are some positives. The positives is that there's no on-chain taint of a CoinJoin. The negatives is that you could end up with an undesirable coin, for example. To deal with that issue, we built a sparse Merkle tree of all the coin swaps. So if you were ever in a situation where you coin swapped with a coin that you don't necessarily want to have, you could prove that you participated in the coin swap because we attested to the Bitcoin network.
Very interesting, very interesting. So, so as what do you say, like an orchestrator of the state chain, right?
Yeah, I mean, the way to view a state chain at a high level is, I think someone termed it once, like virtual open dimes. So essentially, these open dimes now, we can swap them. So long as they've got the same denomination, we swap them using a similar protocol to the zero link, and so we don't know who has swapped with who. But as part of our state chain implementation, we provide a kind of coordination service which swaps these kind of virtual open dimes or UTXOs.
So let's say you got scrutiny, for example, from like a state actor. Would you guys be able to blacklist UTXOs from participating?
Well, we do actually have a blacklist, like many of the CoinJoin application coordinators, because if people misbehave, that's a DDoS attack. So if someone was to participate in a coin swap and constantly not, let the coin swap complete.
Yeah, like join the round and exit out
exactly.
just to like throw off the process so that less coins get mixed or.
So we have
whatever.
to implement that coin swap anyway, but long term we're looking at making the coin swap more blinded. We're looking at integrating with Lightning and with Schnorr we can do more blinding scenarios where blacklisting wouldn't even be possible, and that's our approach. We could have made it blinded from day one, but there are a lot of UI challenges.
Yeah.
But with certain events that have happened this year, we're kind of accelerating that, as you can imagine.
Yeah, let's get there. That would be nice. How about other risks with state chains? Do users have to worry about the state chain orchestrator, perhaps running off with their funds?
Well, with every layer 2, there are compromises.
Indeed.
So if the state chain entity was to cooperate with a previous owner, in theory, they could steal the funds. We've built a load of things to not let that happen. We use an HSM on the back end to delete the private keys, the key shares. But also, I think the biggest reason we wouldn't do that is because every time a state coin is created, you have essentially a backup transaction. If the state chain entity was to cooperate with a previous owner, you'd have evidence that would have happened. We call it proof of scam. So you can always prove that that the state chain had misbehaved. And I think that's probably the biggest weapon we have to say that we're going to cooperate, because you can cryptographically prove we stole the funds.
That's great.
And you know who I am. I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be good?
Huh. So yeah, we touched on blacklisting, at least within the context of state chains. Anyone want to make any comments about what we've seen with some of the other CoinJoin coordinators as of late? I know that's been a point of contention, and I figured we get some spicy discussion in. Ben, you look like you had something to say.
Yeah, I used to work at Wasabi, so it's really sad to see that they did do that, because for one, I can understand being we don't want the Bitfinex hack coins going through a CoinJoin and someone coming and arresting me. For two, they're not even taking that stance. They're thinking like we're gonna use they're talking about like using elliptic to do chain analysis on every coin that comes in, and like that's just awful. So that's like sad to see, and like really it kind of shows the benefits of things like join market, where it's like there is this no coordinator, no one can stop it, no censorship there. So having the centralized coordinator is nice because it creates this nice incentives where they can make money and develop the wallet and do all this stuff. But also has this, obviously centralization is not the best, and we can censorship comes in. So it's sad to see, but I think luckily in the space there are other alternatives. It's not the only option, so we're doing fine, I think.
Yeah, so not only do you have the options of going to another coordinator system entirely, like Samurai Whirlpool, or getting rid of a coordinator entirely and going to maker-taker protocol, sort of like join market. But other people can run their own Wasabi instances, and you can just choose not to mix with the main company. So yeah, it's not the end of the world, right? We're having this diverse market of these privacy providers of sorts come in to provide these services. But it is a little upsetting when people preemptively decide to do these things without
It's a lie.
It's a lie?
It's a lie. It's not the truth. So don't look at it like you're preemptively practicing point. There's a legal side to the story. That we need to feel that information is legally protected towards us. That protects us. We're in a pickle right now, so we can't just go around and say the truth to get us into more trouble than what we're already in.
Gotcha. And honestly, would love to give Wasabi a voice. Would have loved to have someone from Wasabi on stage, but unfortunately, we couldn't make that happen. So we could move forward unless anyone else has any other comments on that.
Well, look, I mean, the reality is, as far as we know, there are no rules or regulations that state that one needs to blacklist UTXOs coming into a centralized Coinjoin service. That's as far as we know, and that's coming from ZK Snacks, the makers of Wasabi themselves, right? That's what they've said to us. So they're not aware of anything, as from what they've said. We're not aware of anything. Certainly I'm not. So, and just, the difficulty of trying to actually create that regular, if you think about what a coordinator does, it takes a number of different inputs and it just organizes them, right? So to try and legally block that kind of activity is going to be difficult, because how do you avoid that blocking a lot of other critical services in this world, right? What we're talking about is not something dramatic. There's no custody of funds. There's a lot of things that are not going on there. We're really just talking about taking a few bits of data and reorganizing them. And that's kind of happens on the internet for a number of different services, often with financial amounts involved. So, I don't know. I think that it's really not good for the Bitcoin world when we start seeing services trying to approach things in a way that really highlights the fact that we have this non-fungible. It is a fact that it exists, but we shouldn't be trying, particularly as a privacy service, to push that forward, right? The more that happens, the worse things get for everyone, and it's really sad to see.
Okay, moving forward, Coinjoins, Coinswaps, do you guys see them as being complementary, supplementary? Can they be used in tandem? And if so, how would you guys propose they be used?
I think they should be used in tandem, because if you're to do a coin swap, for one, you're just going to give someone your coin, and now they could see your whole history. So if you don't want to dox your coin's history to this person you're coin swapping with, then you would want to Coinjoin beforehand to see okay, you don't know I bought this Bitcoin on Cash App or something. So then they would you would hide it there, as well as have a larger anonymity set going in to protect you, because it's like a economic or like a a state actor would have high incentives to come in and just do coin swaps all day to try to just see who's coin swapping. If you come in with a Coinjoin output, they would not be able to totally tell. Because if you just came from an address you withdraw from like Coinbase, to be like, oh, this is Ben Carman's coin, and then the coin swap is useless now. So if you came in with a Coinjoin, they'd have a much harder time figuring out who it is. So I really do think like both of them together just complement each other extremely well.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're really just scratching the surface, and I'm sure people are doing their own mixes of stuff. But moving forward, it'd be really cool to see some services sort of combine the two, take the best properties of each, and be able to pass it on to the user. Nick, you had some ideas about other tools that could be used in conjunction, at least with your project and coin swaps.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking to make things more blinded, and that's like, you essentially work a lot more with Lightning. So, rather than to take a fee on our state chain, which, certain companies could see the fee and basically figure out that our coins had participated in a coin swap, we would take a Lightning fee up front, issue a kind of like a Chormain token, and that would be redeemed for like a state coin, and then that would make it slightly more blinded. And we've looked at Coinjoins as well as a kind of on the withdrawal process. But I think, as always, the UI.
So from the withdrawal process, you mean like so pegging out of the state coin, like?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
But we put that on withdrawals with more focus on Lightning. But and people got to understand there's a lot of things you can do, but the UI challenges are kind of harder than the technology behind it. I think all technology here uses Tor. That's an unreliable, hard network to work with. And
don't get me started on Tor.
and getting that working on a UI that everyone can use is a challenge, and that's probably why. But I think that's improving.
So you mentioned a very interesting thing there, like a lot of application challenges, putting together an app to make everything work smoothly at the end of the day for the user. Mm-hmm. Do you guys think that more progress can be made at the protocol levels with these sort of things like Coinjoins, Coinswaps, other similar tools? Or do you think we need more focus on the UI, UX, the applications that we're giving the users? Like, where is the bigger room for improvement, would you say?
I would say we could really do with cross-input signature aggregation. It would be a major improvement, and not just to the privacy layer of Bitcoin, but to the scalability as well, right?
Indeed.
Because we have less data going into every transaction. So for me, that is a very fundamental improvement, and I worry that I don't see it being talked about a lot. I think it's been very briefly mentioned here on the stage, maybe once in the last 2 days. And I'm really hoping to see more being done. I know that it's not a simple thing. I'm very aware of this.
It's very complicated. It's a great challenge to implement. People have been thinking about it for many, many years. It's, if it was easy to do, it would be done by now. But Craig, you want to give us like a little overview of cross-input signature aggregation, what it means as like an overview?
Sure. So basically, right now, every Bitcoin input that you spend, you have to provide a signature which shows that you own it. And so we right now construct a transaction, and for every input, we have to provide this. Now, that not only bloats the size of the transaction, but with Schnorr, what we can do is actually aggregate them down to one. And that enables us to not only decrease the size of the transaction, which is good from a scalability point of view, but in fact it can make privacy-focused transactions like CoinJoin transactions actually cheaper to make, right? So that's a very important fact. Generally, what we've seen in the history of Bitcoin is that advances happen when the cost to the user becomes less, right? Ultimately, everything is driven by money. This is a monetary network we're on. And if we're looking for things to actually get adoption, one of the reasons SegWit has adoption in this world is because it was cheaper to do. So for me, that's a really important thing. It not only will enable Bitcoin to scale better, but it will actually make people turn to privacy-focused transactions sooner than they might otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bitcoin, by all of its design, it teaches us that the incentives are imperative. And CISA, or cross-input signature aggregation, not only makes it possible for us to turn every transaction into a coin join, but it like incentivizes that economically, which is the amazing thing. So you'd actually be paying more to not get in on a coin join and improve the privacy of yourself and others. So yeah, that would be quite a advancement, and I hope it just doesn't go to the wayside, and we could find a way to bring it to Bitcoin. That would be incredible. Fontaine, haven't heard from you too much. You want to talk a little bit about fully noted, why you picked Join Market to put in as opposed to perhaps one of these other centralized coordinator?
Yeah, the whole idea with fully noted is you run your own self-hosted server, Bitcoin Core, and Join Market is it works the same way as fully noted. It's just built right on top of Bitcoin Core. So it was a kind of a perfect match architecturally for the app and just kind of the mental model of how the app works. I'm very excited about adding Join Market. It's mind-blowing how it works and kind of just the cryptography that goes into it to prevent Sybil attacks, I think. I think it's the reason I like Join Market is because my own intuition tells me it's harder to Sybil attack Join Market than a centralized coordinator, especially the ones where it's cheaper to keep, remixing your coins, I think. So, and obviously with what has happened recently has shown light that, centralized servers where you're doing privacy-related stuff probably is going to be a target, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely going to see more scrutiny in the coming years.
I'm happy that it's approved on the App Store and that it's out there. And I need to write some more tutorials and get some more teach people how to use it basically and get it easier to install Join Market, which a lot of the node packages now they are running it, but they need to be running the wallet daemon and setting up a service for that to easily connect.
Yeah, so we've had Join Market. It's been a project for some years now, and most people have had to just interface with it via CLI or very basic web interfaces. So I am ecstatic to see all this progress being made in terms of the UI for it. And it's funny because you don't have the centralized coordinator making fees and facilitating the development of its software. So you don't have a team that's been incentivized to put out a really nice UI like Wasabi or Samurai has. So it's really been sort of up to the community to get together and put stuff together, hook into the API, and make something presentable for users. So it's been really awesome to see people like yourself putting out this UI. We've seen some efforts from others like the Bitcoin design community, and I know Gigi has been deeply involved in the web UI. That's an alpha. I believe it's on Umbrel now. It's called Flow. What is it called?
No, I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah, they did release it very recently, and it's actually very pretty, so it's good to see.
Yeah. So it's a great start, and I'm really excited to see that project iterate. And well, let's see more. I know there's some people working on some other mobile apps, so it would be great if we could get those Android users on. So yeah, that has been an awesome development to see. So yeah, more Join Market stuff. Ben, you want to get into some stuff with Coinjoins and Lightning? Let's dive a little into some Ellen Vortex stuff.
Sure, yeah, Lightning kind of has this fundamental problem right now where when you have a Lightning channel, to tell people about the channel to prove you're not lying about it, you just say this is my UTXO, my channel is in. So everyone can see this node owns this channel, and then you just look at the opening inputs in there and be like, oh, okay, this is his wallet. And you dox a lot of your on-chain privacy here. So if you're privacy-minded, what you should be doing is coin joining through something like Wasabi or Whirlpool or Join Market, or doing a coin swap with Mercury Wallet or something. And then so you have these new coins, and then you open the channel, so when people see that you have this UTXO, they don't know your actual history. They don't see oh, you got these coins from Coinbase or something. So, but that still is not the best, because you're now having to do 2 or 3 transactions all on chain, and that takes up a lot of space. So I tried to solve this by building Vortex, which is basically a way to, instead of doing a coin join then opening a channel, you would just open a channel in a Coinjoin with like multiple other people. So the idea is just, you're, for one, saving on-chain space, and then two, like, your Lightning node is going to be online like 24/7, at least it should be. So why not just have this thing Coinjoining all the time as well, and then, open channels when you need to. So it helps you, like, always increase Coinjoin liquidity, as well as, just benefiting your Lightning node's privacy. And you do get a little bit of very small on-chain savings by opening a channel with multiple people.
So it's not just taking like your XPub from another, wallet that you have mixed and using that to open up channels. It's like you're doing the Coinjoin right into the channel open.
Yeah, precisely. So it's really nice because then you just like have your channel in there, and if you do it a private channel, then people just don't know like what this is, which really benefits you.
So how have you designed it? Like you got your own coordinator in there that's putting
Yeah.
things
So
together?
it's the coordinator model because that's a lot easier to build, sadly. But so there's a coordinator that just like make sure everyone's queues up, and then you queue up, and everyone opens the channel at the same time.
So what are your plans for that? Are you going to run your own coordinator? Just put the software out there?
It might be illegal, I don't know. So maybe some anon will run it, but yeah.
Perhaps a NIM could step up to the plate and help us
Hopefully.
out. Yeah, I wouldn't want to see how the blacklist develop if Johnny Law puts the pressure on you. So let's try to steer clear of that.
Yeah. No, we have talked to some lawyers about it, and apparently it's like, don't say Coinjoin. We need to call it collaborative transactions now. And it's just, this isn't for privacy, it's for cheaper on-chain. I'm a businessman, I'm trying to save money. So there's actually like, people seem okay with that now, so yeah.
Cool, and where would you say the state of the project is right now? It seems very early, right? But it's functional, right?
Yeah, I've on Reg Test, I've opened Lightning channels, so it works. I've been working, like, I'm too busy right now with my real job, but
yeah, startup life is hard, huh?
Yeah, startup life sucks, but it's also great. But I actually talked to like a bunch of people here this week about it, and I got a few people to commit to actually like paying money to try to build a UI for it. So once I have that out, it'll be very easy to launch. So I should be launching it in the next month or two. Yeah.
Dope. Maybe we should talk about trying to get that into Zeus. That'd be pretty cool.
Very down.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about Coinjoins and the relationship to LN and what we can do to, give users the interfaces and the tools to be able to use them in tandem. So, yeah, I've been working on some external account imports from XPubs to pull into Zeus with the LND PSBT API. And I very much would like to get some coordination with some of the Coinjoin projects to provide the ability to do some external signing for like unfunded unsigned PSBT that Zeus passes it and going back. So that would save you from having to like make a transaction to from your Samurai or Whirlpool to Zeus. But your solution cuts out that extra step, like just go from the Coinjoin right into the Lightning channel, and I find that fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because like a lot of people, like, if they want to open a Lightning channel, a lot of their their process will either like send from like their exchange or their hardware wallet to like Samurai, mix it, do like 2 or 3 on-chain transactions, then send it to the LND wallet, then open the channel. So it's like you're wasting all this block space and spending all these fees, and it really sucks. So you just
at least you're propping up the fee market. That's good.
Yeah. So you just do it all in one nice channel. Yeah.
Great. So let's take it back to protocol stuff versus application stuff. Do you guys see any other things substantially that application develop? I mean, we got into CISA earlier, and we've said that there are a lot of enhancements that we could make on protocol layers, but what more can application developers do to make these tools more accessible?
I mean, there are some things, like with the addition of Taproot, now we can do some new fancier things that we couldn't before, since like we do have the raw pub key on chain now, so you could do things like a ring signature and other stuff that, you know, you won't broadcast it on chain, but you could do that for like proofs inside of your Coinjoin. So there's probably now room for a lot more different models than like Zero Link or something to actually create Coinjoins. I know like some people are working on research on that, but it would be cool to see someone like, you know, now they have Taproot and all these other new properties, let's like try to build out things that like actually use it. And because Taproot is like largely a privacy upgrade, and with it we should be able to like create new kind of Coinjoin protocols, or at least improve them currently. And we haven't really seen that yet because it's only been a couple months, but
Yeah.
I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, we're just starting to kick off, you know, what Taproot is going to bring to the table. You know, Lightning Labs and Taro was a pretty big announcement, and it's going to have a lot of repercussions. But yeah, I would love to see, you know, more tooling through like TapScripts and really getting creative with that to bring people better privacy. So that would be exciting.
Yeah, I think the one thing we should also consider is that, you know, unless we do away with, which frankly, without a hard fork, I don't see it happening, this kind of issue of Bitcoin being basically non-fungible at the protocol layer, right? If you can see the amounts, unfortunately, there is a coin history, and you can trace it back over time. So unless we can do away with that, we're going to have to deal with the fact that we have to build something on the application layer. And then really you're talking about, you know, the idea of anonymity sets, right? So you're sort of one of a number of people, and obviously the greater that group of people, the more anonymous you are. So it's one thing to talk about, you know, how can we have new tools, but we also have existing tools today. And every time you launch a new tool, you're going to have to possibly start from zero on that anonymity set, right? So that crowd is going to start off with 1, it's going to go to 2 and 3 and 4, and it takes time. It takes time for that tool to get out there. It takes time for people to trust the tool, for clients to be written in it. How many wallets are going to adopt the same tool, or is everyone going to have to use one wallet? So, you know, I think it's dangerous to constantly be looking into the future and saying, well, what could happen, right? Because we might end up in a place where if we don't push the tools that we have today, then by the time we get to the tools that we think might be better, the world has changed to the point that those tools are seen as not good, right? But if we use the tools that we have today, it changes the mindset of people, and it changes how society views it. So if Coinjoin becomes, you know, a widely used thing today, then that will change the way that society views it. And I think it's important not to wait too long and to actually use the tools, because, as I was saying, the crowd grows. And as the crowd grows, which not only helps the anonymity of your coins, but it also changes the way that the rules and regulations of the world will form. So, you know, I think there's a different way to see it.
And it's like very true too, like we really aren't using all the tools we have available today. Like we're talking about Taproot, but like Liquid has existed for years and has confidential transactions, which is like perfect for Coinjoins, where you could have unequal amounts and like do all these spends. You know, it is, you know, slightly different trade-offs with it being the sidechain and kind of custodial, but it would be perfect as a privacy tool, and like no one is using that or has built something which is kind of like, that would be like amazing. I would use that all the time if someone built where you could Coinjoin on there and do all these unequal amount things, and then atomic swap back into real Bitcoin. Like, and you know, no one's built that in like 4 or 5 years, and like we really aren't using our tools yet. And like, yeah, that's something we need to press on.
I think we also need funding. Like, there's not much money in developing wallets, especially self-sovereign wallets, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's very few players, you know, helping facilitate the building of these things, but you know, we got some good actors that we're extremely grateful for. Like HRF both threw us a Bitcoin each at about the same time, and yeah, it's really awesome that we've been able to use those sats wisely and continue to build out our products. So, you know, shouts to HRF and Alex Gladstein and all the good folks over there for supporting us. So that's great. But yeah, we hit on a lot of great points right there. I think it's very important to hit on, you perfect being the enemy of good, and people holding out to for privacy tools that may offer better properties or whatever or whatnot. But that's like speaking from a position of privilege. There are a lot of people that need Bitcoin privacy today, and how do we support those people? I think by and large, like, the best way is to get in on these mixes with people, use the tools, and help increase those anon sets. And we saw it even with the construction of this panel, that Coinjoin, Coinswaps, privacy in general on Bitcoin has a bit of a stigma. People or some companies in the space don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and that's really unfortunate. But what can we do to try to destigmatize Bitcoin privacy, which is a human right?
I think the most important thing is to use the tools, right? That is the number one thing. We have to not only use the tools, but encourage others to use them, explain them. And, I have like a thing I like to say, like normalize Coinjoin, or Coinswap, right? Normalize these things, because they're really like privacy. If you believe it's a basic human right, then,
Indeed.
Why should we feel ashamed to just aim for that? Because that's all that a Coinjoin is doing. Right? It's just giving you financial privacy over your coins. So, the sort of worries, and we sort of laugh at each other and smile and say, well, maybe it's illegal, but actually we need to take the kind of, in my view, the firm view that it's not, right? I think that we shouldn't kind of have this kind of half view. We should actually be brave and say, what we're asking for here is not something which is, in some way strange or, not kosher. It's really just a normal thing that we should all want. So.
Yeah, and it's people have this misconception based on I guess Bitcoin's history, darknet markets, that why would you want privacy? Are you trying to buy drugs? Are you trying to support terrorism? And that couldn't be further from the truth. It's like when you make a purchase, right? Like, do you want the person that you pay to know how much money you have and to follow you to every other store that you go to? No, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's garbage. Do you want your employer to know what you do with your money after every paycheck?
No.
Hell no. So, indeed, whether it be, something as simple as getting, medicine for you or your family, or, making other sensitive transactions that, other people shouldn't, know, like, these tools are imperative, especially in a world where, there's this increasing push by the state by not just the state, I suppose, but also corporations to know as much information about your life and your finances first and foremost. It's important that we don't just recreate these tools in this open blockchain system, and that we give users the ability to take back some of that privacy and only selectively reveal the information that they want to reveal. So
it's weird because like I can understand if you're like, I don't care if Twitter sends me targeted ads because I'll buy Tide Pods or whatever. But your Bitcoin privacy is extremely important because like, for one, it's stored, like the history is there forever. So even if you fuck it up, it's gonna be fucked up.
Yeah, like there's no getting the toothpaste back in the tube if you make an error with your on-chain interactions. So you got to make sure you're doing it right from the get-go. But even then, there's still a lot of challenges, like your anon set deteriorating over time. Perhaps some people that are in your mixes, they begin to KYC themselves as they're trying to sell Bitcoins, perhaps through, some of these exchanges. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. Yeah, it's a can of worms, really. So what else can people do?
Education too. I think Open Noms is really great. He's just constantly helping people out and writing excellent resources. I highly suggest looking at his GitHub and going through all his information.
Indeed,
Yeah.
he's put out some great
And
content.
I think what goes along with that is, any service that blocks, coin-joined funds, take them on. Don't be afraid to call them out, because effectively we have two forces pulling in the world, right? We've got the sort of, call them governmental forces that are pulling us towards the regulation, the KYC side. We need something on the other side, and that has to be us, right? Who else is it going to be? Who else is going to stand up?
If not us, then who?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's, I said earlier that, privacy is a human right, but rights are not granted, they're taken. And it's going to take a lot of, push from us, or polling, if we're using the polling analogy, to pull things in the direction we want to see them. So that's going to take individuals stepping up. That's going to take developers and projects stepping up. That's going to take companies stepping up and saying, no, this is the right thing for us, for our users, our customers, and for humanity as a whole. Because the alternative that we could, very rapidly decline into is, a totalitarian hellscape of sorts, where every transaction is recorded and known about, from your personal transactions at the pharmacy or regarding to your health to the pocket change that you give to your son. Do you really want to live in a world where you have to get permission from the government or tell them about spending money you give to your kids? I sure as hell don't. So yeah, we're coming up on time soon. We've got about 2 minutes to wrap up. Do you guys have any closing thoughts?
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for building some awesome tools.
Yeah, I would just say if you don't CoinJoin, or Coinswap, you should try them out. It's actually very easy to do, and it's monumentally beneficial for you. So I know a lot of people are daunted. It's oh, that's the nerdy Bitcoin people. That's what the hardcore people do. It's no, it's I could get my mom to use any of them. They're not that hard. So you should try it out if you haven't done it before.
Yeah, absolutely. Get on your umbrella, download Join Market, check out Mercury Wallet. I've been having a great time playing it with it this week, and it's just super easy to use. Just deposit, auto swap. I'm just running rounds and increasing my anon set.
Yeah, it's great to have users that test it. I mean, when we went into alpha, some guy decided to create the state chain torch, and we learned so much in those 3 months. It was passing around on Twitter. People were finding bugs all over the place, and that really helped harden the product and get it to where we could be production ready.
Yeah, it's important to test and try these tools and figure out where the bugs are, the rough spots, and yeah, I encourage everyone to go out and run your Coinjoins, try some Coinswaps out, and to keep using these tools to help proliferate them and make privacy better for yourself, but also for others.
And if we can get some more clients as well, the more wallets that implement these tools would be great. You might think that I sort of enjoy being, one of only 2 Whirlpool clients, but really I wish there were 5. I wish there were 10. For me, that would be great. It not only de-risks the entire space, but it just makes it much more accessible to everyone, because everyone comes in with different tools, right? So if there are any devs in the audience here, really think about building this stuff in, because it's not like we have forever to do it, right? Time is critical. This is very much an unsolved area of Bitcoin today, and the more people that are working on it, the faster, or the more chance we have of getting to a place where I think we all want to be.
Indeed. So if you're an application developer out there, please think critically about your users' privacy and consider implementing one of these tools into your wallet. And Yeah, on that note, let's call it. Thank you all for joining me today. It's been a great discussion.
Good morning, Miami. Welcome to the Bitcoin Developer Funding Panel, open source funding. My name is Mike Schmidt. We have a great panel here. My esteemed colleagues. We have Adi Shankara from Summer of Bitcoin, Ben Price from OpenSats and the Bitcoin Company, and Conor Okus from Spiral. Before we get started, I don't know if Matt is out there, but I just wanted to get a round of applause for Matt Odell and putting this together, this open source stage. So some quick introductions. Mike Schmidt, I head up Brink. We are a 501c3 not-for-profit organization who's focused on funding developers that are working on Bitcoin protocol, Bitcoin core, and Lightning technology. We are currently funding 12 developers that are working on that technology right now. And they're in the form of grants as well as our mentorship program for younger developers. And we have an office in London where some of them are congregating, and we're trying to build that out as a bit of a hub. And we also publish the Bitcoin OpTech newsletter, and you should subscribe if you haven't already. So, Conor, do you want to do?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Conor. I work at Spiral. Spiral is an initiative within Block, formerly Square, and we're focused on improving the open source Bitcoin ecosystem through a number of different initiatives. One of those initiatives is our grant program, where we fund over, at this point, two dozen or so developers and designers and some project managers as well, all working on various types of Bitcoin projects, from like Bitcoin core itself to Lightning infrastructure projects to SDKs that make building on top of Bitcoin a lot easier. And we have a global footprint as well. So our grantees are from all over the world, from India to Australia to Southeast Asia, America, Europe, and more. And we want to kind of continue that trend and support developers from other parts of the world as well. And just a quick shout out to some other organizations who also fund open source Bitcoin development, the likes of like Mike at Brink, and what Ben's doing at OpenSats, and some other organizations like Gemini, Kraken, Coinbase, BitMEX, all supporting an open source funding, and it really is a community effort, and it's really good to see funding for development moving in a positive direction, really. So like, I'm really happy personally to continue to see that.
Ben?
Hey everybody, my name's Ben Price. I actually have a for-profit and we started a non-profit. The for-profit's called the Bitcoin Company. It's kind of starting as a rewards and loyalty company, moving towards kind of a full stack bank. That's the way we think that we can kind of bring Bitcoin to the most people or consumers in the world. And then what we're here to talk about, or what I'm here to talk about today, is OpenSats, which recently launched, which is really exciting. That is a 501c3, not-for-profit, with a mission of supporting contributors to free and open source software, specifically around Bitcoin. The board is full of a bunch of Bitcoiners. We're definitely staying focused there. But technically speaking, it's all free and open source software. Anything that helps Bitcoin flourish needs a lot of, I guess there's a lot of like technical dependencies that can help Bitcoin succeed. So we're looking forward to funding all of those. And shout out to I think the developers get a lot of love here, but there's a lot of ways to contribute back to open source, including design, code review, research, just general education. So we're really looking forward to supporting kind of anyone contributing back, not just developers.
Adi?
I'm Adi. I'm the founder and lead at Summer of Bitcoin, where together with an incredible group of open source developers, designers, and sponsor organizations, we are helping university students learn about Bitcoin and contribute to open source Bitcoin projects. One of our flagship programs is where a university student contributes to an open source Bitcoin project under the guidance of a mentor and is paid a stipend in BTC. A number of our graduates have gone on to contribute to Bitcoin Core or joint organizations like Chain Code Labs, Galloy, and Blockstream.
So I'd like to frame the discussion with a story that I think is interesting. I was at a Bitcoin-related event, and I ended up talking to an engineer from an unnamed altcoin, and we were discussing funding, and it so happens that he was involved with a project that happened to raise some funds, and their token scheme, however it worked, ended up netting them $300 million, of which that's not all developer funding, but a lot of that would go towards developers and building the protocol and surrounding libraries. And I hadn't even heard of this particular, they're not even in the top 40, and if you believe in the market cap metric. So you have a non-top 40 network raising $300 million, and we don't have that sort of scheme in Bitcoin. I would say Bitcoin is a little bit more bottom up as opposed to some of these organizations that are top down. And the folks here on stage are part of that bottom up ground effort. And so Conor, to you, how do you guys at Spiral think about the prioritizing open source? Like, why put your energy there? Why is Spiral putting their energy there? Why is Jack getting behind it? Maybe you can talk about a little bit of the motivation there.
Yeah, so I mean, open source software in general, open source development in general is like very synonymous with like public collaboration, self-organizing community. All of the source code is open, available for anyone to kind of download, use, modify, contribute to, and create projects and third-party projects as they kind of see fit. And I think at Square, Square is obviously Square or Block as an organization that has leveraged a lot of open source tools. And Jack, it's no secret that Jack is a big advocate of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin being very much in alignment with Block's and Square's policy and agenda of economic empowerment. It was very much a sense of like, what is the best way we can contribute back to the open source ecosystem? Because like Mike just described, there is no real model behind it. Like, a lot of these large organizations are using tools which we might consider like public goods in the physical world, and governments have very much taken on the responsibility of providing those services, whether it be the street lights, the roads, the bridges, military, for example, and we fund that for our taxes. But I'm pretty sure everyone in this room wouldn't exactly want open source software to be provided by their government. So we're a team, we're an initiative that's like focused on providing funding for open source developers, designers who are ultimately trying to push the Bitcoin ecosystem forward in a number of different ways, whether it be privacy, scalability, decentralization, developer experience, whatever it is, and just providing the support for them to kind of make those projects a reality and sustainable over the long term.
You talk about supporting these projects or individuals. At Brink, we sort of think of this sort of like a funnel. There's this developer funnel specifically for, let's say, Bitcoin contributing. And you have people who have a programming background who maybe start watching some videos. Maybe they attend Summer of Bitcoin program. Maybe they attend Chain Code Residency or Jimmy Song's course, and they kind of work their way through sort of leveling up their expertise in order to get to a point where you could be funded by somebody like a Spiral. And I'm sure there's similar funnels for non-Bitcoin core contributing. But how do you get people interested? Adi, you guys are focused on university students in terms of that funnel that I sort of outlined. Why focus on that demographic?
Sure. That's really an important question, and is at the heart of what Summer of Bitcoin is all about. If you look at the common trajectory of a university student today, in first year of their college, so especially someone who's studying computer science and training to become a software developer. In their first year of college, they pick up a programming language. By second year, they're solving obscure programming puzzles online to get that internship at Google or Facebook by third year. And by the time they graduate, the biggest aspiration is to have an assortment of big tech AI jobs in their kitty. And so they end up joining one of these big tech companies where they're delegated to a team that is maybe resizing buttons or changing fonts every few months. But of course, if you're lucky, you get to join a team that harnesses people's personal data while those same people feel insecure about their lives as they compare themselves to others. And then maybe make them feel a bit better by showing them ads to buy stuff that they never needed in the first place. That's the norm. The exception is, of course, if you didn't do well in programming puzzles, then you compensate by telling your friends that you're too adventurous for big tech and that you're joining a fintech startup, where again, the most that you do is pry on people's private transactions and in the hope of selling them dirty credit. What is really not well understood is that joining big tech today is like joining big cola. Both their business models revolve around triggering the same molecule in your brain. And even if you keep the moral case aside, on the innovation front, you can argue that the sugar water we're drinking today is the same that it was 20 years ago, and the search engine we use today is the same that it was 20 years ago. At Summer of Bitcoin, our message is, if you are in university and you're a budding technologist, you want to work on frontier technologies that flip the way the world runs, working on Bitcoin today is like working on the internet in the 90s. It might make sense to get some, but not only get some, but also work on some in case it catches on. There's also a Sztorcian case to be made for focusing on university students and introducing them to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a political movement as much as it is a technological movement. You're forced to pick a side either as a global statist or as a sovereign individual. And as free citizens who believe in the promise of sound money, we need to ensure that those in universities today are on the right side of the future, because in fact, they are the future. And this is aside from the fact that the youth is and will be an important constituency that no politician can afford to ignore.
Ben, Adi's sort of talking about getting recruitment, getting people in early, bought in, and sort of like recruiting in that developer pipeline. In addition to recruiting, there's we share some similarities in that we need to raise funds from the community. And so there's recruiting, there's fundraising, and then there's just a general awareness that there is this need and there is talent that is looking to be funded and there is talent that needs to be cultivated. Of those challenges, what challenges do you see from your perspective at OpenSats? Where can we do better? Where are the challenges?
I think it's an interesting problem because you have to kind of address all of those issues. There's a study I think OKCoin released recently. I think not a lot of people actually know how Bitcoin is developed. I believe a lot of people think developers are paid, or maybe there is some natural funding mechanism from mining. So I think the first thing is general education and awareness to the community that this thing doesn't really maintain itself in a stable way. You need to let corporations, you need to let users, you need to let anyone leveraging the technology, you need to make sure they're aware that it's funded by a group of developers and designers and coders who are really just not rationally acting. They are providing maintenance and these things for free. Nothing in the world is free. But we're lucky enough to have a few people out there who really care about the mission and the vision of Satoshi to actually build on this thing. These are some of the smartest people in the world dedicating their time for free in many senses. So I think the first thing is making sure that users, businesses, anyone leveraging the technology knows that it's important to give back to the people maintaining it. And then secondarily, you have these pipelines of maybe it's students or well-trained developers coming into the system. But again, it's not economically. We're all Bitcoiners here. We're logical thinkers. The economically rational thing to do if you're a brilliant coder is to go work for Facebook. If you really want Bitcoin, go get $1 million a year job and buy some Bitcoin. Like screw the code base, right? But that's not what we're relying on. We need a way to build from the ground up, like you said, to create an actual self-sustaining ecosystem. And in order to do that, I think instead of relying on one or two large exchanges or corporations to do the majority of the funding, well, that's important. That moves the needle. But it's really, I think, to create a self-sustaining ecosystem, you need like a grassroots movement where everyone gives back a little bit. If everyone who's leveraging Bitcoin, everyone who benefits from it, gave back just a little bit, well, then we have enough funds, enough funding, enough training to actually continue to sustain the ecosystem. So
Adi, Ben touched on potentially some concerns that somebody might have starting their open source development career, if you will. Financial was the example Ben gave. What do you hear in talking with these younger folks who may be considering a career in open source? Are there concerns? What are they excited about?
Sure. We've had about 20,000 university students from over 50 countries around the world apply to our program this year. And the most common question that every student starts with is, will their governments ban Bitcoin? And as they go through our resources, talk to us and join our seminars and study Bitcoin, just like they would study TCP/IP in a networking class. And remember, these are computer science students who are arguably grappling with concepts much harder than those that constitute Bitcoin. They quickly go from hearing about Bitcoin in the media as being this illegitimate child of technology to realizing that the Bitcoin network is, in fact, decentralized enough, resilient enough, secure enough that even if you were to shut down all nodes but one, the network could still run as is and bootstrap itself again. That the Bitcoin protocol is, in fact, one of the most important and beautiful innovations of the 21st century that can change the course of human history. That understanding, coupled with the energy and clairvoyance that the youth can bring to the table is striking and remarkable to see. Having said that, there's a ton of noise in this space with other crypto ecosystems, the lavish marketing budgets, and catchy memes. But so we get all kinds of questions around proof of stake and why can't we have our own coin to decentralize dentistry. But those get quickly answered by themselves when they figure out why is HTTP the most dominant way of exchanging information over the internet and how Bitcoin is similar in terms of being the dominant way of exchanging value over the internet. We have this internal aphorism in our cohorts where it goes like blockchain has only two applications. One is money and the other is marketing. As technologists, we understand that it's never the memes, it's never the marketing that changes the world. It's the technology that works as intended that does. When it comes to helping these students, discover careers in Bitcoin, there's a ton of thought and work yet to be put in. And congratulations to organizations like Spiral, Chain Code Labs, Brink, and OpenSats for leading from the front line and showing us the way.
We've talked a bit about individuals and how they can kind of progress and contribute, but there's also a lot of the work that Spiral's doing is project-based, and those projects also go through a sort of evolution from sort of ideation, one developer onwards. How do you guys think about that progression at Spiral?
Yeah, so we're going to publish some content about this very soon, and we're very much thinking about it in this kind of 4-stage process, which I'll try and go through very, very quickly. So phase 1 very much revolves around like a proof of concept. So an individual, a team of developers have an idea that is going to help move the ecosystem forward in areas of that we talk about: security, privacy, decentralization, or whatever it might be. And at this stage, they're very much trying to develop their project architecture. They will be doing some pitching to organizations such as ourselves, who would provide no strings attached funding to help them get off the ground. And so like a successful exit from that phase might look like some alpha piece of software that has a code base that makes it easy for new contributors to understand what is happening and also contribute to it, as well as perhaps wider buy-in from the wider Bitcoin ecosystem. Phase 2 is this kind of community development process. So everyone here is very much aware that this Bitcoin thing that we're building, this new money, has a huge community behind it, helping to drive it forward. And we want to see that developed for individual projects as well. So projects might do this by creating a project website, which clearly outlines the vision for the project, helps new people understand how they can contribute, maybe outlines their roadmap as well, and perhaps start developing some async communication channels, whether it be on Discord or Slack or IRC, as well as raising awareness for their projects as well, whether it be podcast, articles, or social media. And again, a successful exit from that phase might look like they have multiple contributors who are fixing various types of bugs, adding documentation, or adding new features. Phase 3 is this kind of multi-entity funded phase where we hope to see a project fully sustainable by having multiple donors. And this might be facilitated and made a bit easier if a project starts to develop a foundation around their project that makes it easier for larger organizations who now see this piece of technology as like a critical part of their tech stack and want to find an easy way to donate without having to do the kind of long process of due diligence on individuals and contributors maybe outside of their jurisdiction. And so a successful exit from that is, again, multiple entities funding a project, and we start to see this project being used in production environments close to like a beta type of software. And then lastly, it's like we want projects to be sustainable without Spiral. So if Spiral were not funding this project, it wouldn't collapse and it wouldn't cause significant damage to the project either. And at this stage, the project's really kind of developed its own culture, its own identity, and can truly stand alone without a single entity. And so we very much look at these projects as active projects within the Bitcoin ecosystem that will be around for the super long term and ultimately, be a part of Bitcoin's legacy. So that's like how we try to think things through and hopefully, keep funding as decentralized as possible.
Ben, Conor mentioned one way that a company can contribute to the space is if they're using the software, they can financially support it. You're in an interesting spot because you're both a for-profit company with a Bitcoin company and OpenSats donating on the charitable side. So being in that unique position, how do you, when you have your Bitcoin company hat on, how do you think about contributing to the ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a really interesting one, and like hopefully it's a challenge that the open source ecosystem can kind of do better on. There are a few, I think, really good actors in the space who are doing what they can to give back, at least financially. But there's tons of ways to give back. Like we're a poor startup. I can't just donate $1 million to open source as much as I would love to. So earlier we talked about developers themselves maybe not being economically incentivized, or it's not economically rational for them to pursue open source projects outside of just goodwill. But like as a company, why would it help? I think recruitment's a big one. I got Ben the Carman and Conor in the audience. I think without us, going to these hackathons, without us giving back to some of these open source projects, I'm not going to be able to recruit them. Like that's what drives a lot of people in this space are working on these projects like that. I can't always just say add a widget, add a button, and they're going to be satisfied with their job. So for me, there is some recruiting benefits, some marketing benefits. I also think that like the beauty of open source is that you can build on it and I can build on it and we both benefit. Like it is a public good that we both win from developing on top of. It's more secure, it's faster, it's better maintained. And so like as you just continue layering on as a company, building on these like core packages, whether it's Bitcoin S or you know, tons of open source things that we use, everyone wins. And so when I give back or with the Bitcoin company, you get a benefit as well. I also think like there are some ways, like especially us, we're a consumer-facing application. So a little bit of what we can do is education, highlighting projects that we really like, giving bounties for things in our roadmap that we just don't have time to develop. One thing that we've tried to hack together is we go to hackathons and we add prizes to the end, in the very end of the pool. So a lot of the issues is hackathon projects are sometimes kind of half-baked. They get 80% of the way done and then no one finishes them. So as a bootstrapping startup, what I can do is go give someone another $500 or a little bit of Bitcoin to finish that off, write a blog post about it, get their actual project out there and hopefully users on it. So there's a lot of ways to give back, including like the one that I'm most excited about is we rolled out referral codes in our application. So this is an easy one. If you sign up with the word OpenSats or donate, every time you make a purchase through us, a portion of your proceeds go to fund Bitcoin core development. And so that's like little things that just we're gonna be streaming sats towards Bitcoin core developers every day, all day. And so I think it's just these little things. You have to get creative. Like I said, if you've got $1 billion, just throw some money at some devs probably. If you're poor like we are, you got to get creative. But there's a lot of really interesting ways to do it, and I didn't name them all, but that's what we've come up with so far.
So we clearly have a lot to say since we're over time. So I can speak on behalf of these guys. I'm sure to say if you want to learn more, feel free to grab any of us after this and we can discuss more. And I would give these guys a round of applause for the work they've been doing.
Listed all the time. Before we dive into all that, I'd love to just do a quick introduction of all our guests here. Maybe say who you are and like what kind of experiences you have in Lightning, but like more specifically in the commerce space itself. So Alyse.
Great. So I'm the outlier on this panel as the non-dev. I'm a VC investor that's focused purely on Bitcoin. And last year and this year, we've been focused a lot on Lightning and how it can impact commerce in developed and emerging markets.
Alyse, us developers love spending time with you, so I'm glad that you're with us. I'm a Rockstar dev. I contribute to BTC Pay server. Started the whole thing with Nicholas. And then I am VP of engineering at Strike. Yay. Are there Strike people here? Okay. Yeah, Strike started from a small team, open source team that did Zap Wallet. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that. And then I was employee number 1 specifically for Strike, and here I am today.
So I'm Ben Ark. I'm a Bitcoin hobbyist tinkerer, and I tried to encourage a few years ago more of a maker scene. So we make our own nodes, but we should also be making our own points of sale, hardware wallets, ATMs, vending machines, all these things which are going to run on Bitcoin and Lightning payments. And there wasn't much of a scene there, so I wanted to try and build one and then make some projects which people could build. And then from that, I then developed, I started LMBits, which is a really nice sort of wallet account system you can put on your node. It's a bit like WordPress for your node. You can extend it in any direction which is relevant to you. So if you're a merchant, it's got extensions and so on. So yeah, just a hobbyist tinkerer who's been lucky enough to kind of break new ground with some of the cool Lightning stuff we're able to do.
Cool. I'm Andre Neves, CTO and co-founder at Zebedee. We are a gaming fintech company, so we build tools for game developers and gamers to enable, the powering of your game points, your game rewards, your game assets in Bitcoin, right, through Lightning. So I'm just honored to be in this panel with all these great gentlemen and ladies. So thanks, Tony, for setting this up.
Yeah, thank you, guys. My name is Tony Giorgio. I'm a Lightning developer myself, working at Impervious right now. So let's get started with some groundbreaking news here. So Jack Mallers yesterday announced from Strike some huge integrations that really changed the game for even the United States, the e-commerce space, but also the physical commerce space as well. Rockstar, would you like to kind of give us some perspective there, and what was the announcement, and what does it mean to you?
To me, yeah, when I said here I am, it's like culmination of all the work that happened over the past 2 years and what it is, 10 months for me. And I'm very unfortunate that this panel is after Jack's speech. Last year it was easier. It was my panel, the Jack speech. Because it's so hard to follow after Jack, right? You like the announcement? Yeah? Yeah. So it's just, again, culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last few years. And as Jack was so excited, yeah, with that buying Coke over Tor. We couldn't name it like that, but it is all about that. It's about having that freedom to use the money that you want to use and spend it how you want to spend it. So glad that that came out, and I'm looking forward to some other announcements that are coming soon.
Awesome. It feels like Lightning announcements are just left and right these days. I wanted to talk a little bit about, Lightning as commerce payments. We really entered this era here where we haven't been able to do commerce in the way that Lightning Network changes the game. We have the near instant payments of Lightning. We have micropayments. Both, the traditional credit card networks and even Bitcoin on-chain layer itself aren't able to fully service some of the amazing use cases we can get with Lightning. I'm really curious about, from your guys' perspective, all the unique innovations happening in the Lightning space just across the board. We could have a whole panel just on that. But from your own experiences, what is really exciting that we're now able to see in just the digital space itself that Lightning now enables? Anyone could start off with that. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the thing which attracts me to working on Lightning, is that feeling of breaking new ground. And there's that kind of concept of skeuomorphic design. We've got a new tool set now to do things with money which we've never been able to do. And then to try and imagine those things and build the tools and experiment. And it's quite hard, and that's why you need sort of real-world use case and real-world feedback from people using the technology. So most of the stuff I built was off the back of a bar in Berlin, which accepted Bitcoin, and now you think you've got whole countries which are accepting Bitcoin and have Lightning payments. So you get all this great data coming in, which makes it a little bit easier to innovate. But you're dead right, and it's kind of like a snowball of ideas. So something which I'm really excited about with Lightning is just being able to split payments at point of sale. So you pay for something, and then within that piece of production, like a coffee shop, for example, everybody could just be paid instantly into their wallets. And that's something which is only possible by using these sort of Lightning transactions, but you could scale it up to larger production. So you could have you could buy your laptop, and the payment could be split to different manufacturing, distribution, and then could be split down again into those different departments. And then as well as that, it could impact a tax. So if there is a Bitcoin future, then tax collection will be hard, and one easy way to collect tax is at point of sale is through value-added tax. And when that happens, perhaps the user could say, well, I want X amount to go here, I want X amount to go there, and it's instant tax at point of sale. So but imagining those kind of use cases for money is very hard, and this is why I like Ellen Bits. A lot of that concept of splitting payments for us just came from an extension where Crypto Graffiti did a DJ set, and we had a QR code on the screen, people could tip, and then if they tipped enough, they would get a download link for the song. But then every time they tipped, 90% would go to the music producer, and then 10% would go to the DJ himself. And it was just that one time when we experimented with split payments. We then experimented with it more. Now we've got an extension specifically for split payments. So yeah, it's you have all this kind of legacy baggage from of what you think you can do with money. And then now we have this new type of money, theoretically we've known that this thing would be possible, but we've been able to have tiny little transactions. And then thinking of new designs and new projects and new things you can build on top of it is very exciting and a great place to be, in the space. And that's why we saw this great innovation, because obviously, we're experimenting with the tool which didn't previously exist for developers and builders.
Yeah, I think one of the beautiful things about Bitcoin is that it turned this new form of money, made it digital and fully programmable, and Lightning makes it so much more approachable, right? So this is a very good example of how we're just scratching the surface of what it can do, what is able to be done with Lightning. I think an example is looking at the .com in 2001 and looking at, right now we're streaming 8K video games across the internet. It doesn't matter where you are in the world and you have low latency. The people building the backbones of the internet back in the day were not thinking of serving 8K video games, right? They were thinking of maybe sending messages across. So I think we're just scratching the surface now with money, and money is such a societal, an important piece to society, and I think that's going to revolutionize much more than just money. It's going to revolutionize industries. It's going to revolutionize how society and citizens interact with each other. And I think Lightning is just that pivotal piece. And you're seeing that with all the adoptions and announcements: Strike, Kraken, BitPay, Robinhood, right? So it's really that pivotal climax piece, and I think next 2 years is going to be tremendous growth for Lightning, and we're just just happy to be here building on this technology with everyone.
On the startup side, we're also seeing very early stage companies take a broader range of experiments and projects forward. And so, for example, we're seeing the integration of Lightning payments for brick and mortar retail transactions, like we saw led by Ibex Mercado in El Salvador with the adoption of Bitcoin as legal tender. We're seeing the same sort of happen online. We are seeing experimentation now with browser extensions so that you can have your Lightning wallet sort of follow you around on the web. I think that we underestimate how broadly payments exist in the world. Everything where we're transacting, where there's some value, of course, payments is important. And through Lightning, we're able to now do that efficiently. So for instance, a portfolio company that we invested in called L&D Work does Sphinx Chat, which I bet a lot of people in this room are familiar with, where Bitcoin can just be your native financial chat currency. So it's been interesting to see opportunities emerge for entrepreneurs in the Lightning space recently.
And it really is snowballing as well, isn't it? When you walk around and you meet some of the people who are building things and all the projects now, which we now have in Lightning. I was saying to someone I think a year ago or something, I was able to kind of keep abreast of most of the projects which were in Lightning were being built, the free and open source stuff and some of the companies as well. But now I just can't keep up. There's so many great projects.
That's right. So we're probably talking to a few hundred founders a year. And although sometimes I think Bitcoin gets maligned for being less dynamic or creative, we're seeing the exact opposite on the venture side. So the types of moonshots that people are taking are just much more broad and ambitious. Maybe I can also bring up that it's been nice to see the design space open up through changes made at Bitcoin core level. So earlier this week, we were just talking backstage about an announcement that came out before the conference, which was Lightning Labs' Taro announcement, which was a result of something that was enabled because Taproot was activated last year on Bitcoin Core. So Taro will ultimately allow you to exchange stablecoins, for example, on Lightning Network, which I anticipate will have a great impact on commerce on Lightning.
I think one of the really cool pieces about Lightning, and just piggybacking off of that, is that there are so many companies and so many teams building so many different things. And unlike layer one Bitcoin, which is a consensus-based mechanism, we all have to agree to the way the system works. With Lightning, it is different, right? It is not like that. So Ben and I can have an agreement and we can exchange value on Lightning, even though no one else in the network has the same agreement. And I think that is beautiful because it leads to a lot of innovations. You have things like Bolt 12, you have LNURL, you have Lightning address, you have LNURL POS, and these are just things built on top of Lightning. So it's great for innovation, but it also creates for potential segmentation, right? We're now talking about certain companies pursuing this, certain companies pursuing that. And so it's just a very exciting space. It's very innovative, very fast-paced. Strike ships all the time, Zebedee ships all the time. It's fascinating to see the speed at which technology is evolving. And I think, again, I'm just going to say it again, I think we're just scratching the surface. Just last, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, Zebedee released a product called Zebedee Streamer, which basically allows any person, any content creator from any, where in the world essentially, to put a QR code in their stream and have interactions with their audience members, right? So you're now breaking that fourth wall between your audience who used to be a passive participant of this engagement and is now using a tiny little bit of Lightning transaction to interact with you, to send you a message. And so you break that fourth wall, and this is something that is platform agnostic, right? We're just using Lightning. It doesn't matter if you're using on Twitch or YouTube or wherever it is you're streaming. This is just one of the products that allows people to interact. So you can get your audience in Japan can help you in your guild, in your quest, or in your stream if you're in the United States or in your Brazil or in India, right? So the beauty of Bitcoin being global enables for these types of innovations which weren't possible before. You can't easily send $1 to your friend in Japan. How does that actually work, right? And with Bitcoin, and with Lightning, it's instant. So I think that's a very exciting part.
Well, what I like about people building more products and projects, like with the video streamer. With LNURL Pay, so that you're using LNURL, and with LNURL Pay, there's part of the standard where you can attach a memo note. And for most use cases, that's not really very useful, or people weren't using it early on. Whereas, because we got a similar sort of extension in LN Bits, and having been able to pay an LNURL Pay and then write a little note. And then for the viewer of YouTube stream, for example, being able to see their comment pop up in the video with a little animated GIF or something is very cool. And then that means, so it kind of guides the direction of, what sort of stuff is, because LNURL is a wallet standard. Obviously the wallets need to implement these things. So it's almost like chicken and egg. Like without them implementing, you can't build for those implementations. But then, without you building something to show that there's a need for it, then they're not going to implement it. So it's a really interesting kind of watching those protocols kind of evolve, specifically something like LNURL, because it's so ground up and built by developers.
Because for me, the biggest thing is not just about technology, but about companies growing. Because when you were saying there are new companies getting started, Alyse, you also like existing companies. When you look at Strike, as a company growing, I don't know, where are my Strike employees? Here. There we go. So you see, over there, well, we're everywhere. But there is like Manuela, Frank, Casey, Joshua, Pablo, like all this exciting talent that's joining not from, companies you never heard of, but these are people that are joining from either companies that are still not in the game, but will be like Google, or companies that are getting into a game like Robinhood. So I'm really excited that Lightning as a protocol is facilitating all of that, and I'm looking forward to see how things will develop.
Yeah, absolutely. So we touched on it a little bit on this panel already, but I want to talk about, for a second, a little bit about how the Lightning Network, this open monetary network, is able to facilitate payments all across the globe. We talked about, sending payments to someone in Japan, micropayments at that level. Andre, do you want to kind of get into that a little bit more now? You have gaming communities probably all around the world, right? Yeah. How has being able to stream, micropayments, be able to have two users that don't know each other on the complete side of the world, how has this impacted their lives? And down the panel, we can get in like El Salvador and other emerging markets that are using it.
Yeah, I think for us specifically at Zebedee, we actually have a very large Latin American community of users, Brazil specifically. We recently announced an integration with BIPA, which is a Lightning-based exchange in Brazil. And in that integration, you actually can receive your sats inside of Zebedee by playing games, by winning tournaments, and then you can, one button click, send to your BIPA account, which automatically, FX converts into Brazilian reais. Right, so we're talking about using Lightning as the rail in between, and at the edge nodes, you can use FX conversions. So what we're seeing in Brazil is that, Brazil is one of the most connected, countries when it comes to people that have access to the internet. Everyone has smartphones, et cetera, and it's a huge gaming, community as well. So folks are playing games powered by Zebedee and they're earning Satoshis. And while these are primarily microtransactions, and we're talking 100, 200, 1,000, a couple thousand Satoshis, it's not actually micro. The impact is actually macro. What we're seeing is that people are accumulating the Satoshis, and whenever they're ready, whether they want to use the Satoshis themselves, the Bitcoin itself, or they want to transfer back to their Brazilian reais, they can do that, and the impact is very measurable. We have seen people pay their rents. We have people pay their grocery stores. We have people pay, buy medicine for family members. And this is all enabled by the ability of having money that is global. We are an American company, American-based company. We couldn't do that if to someone in Brazil because we can't easily send that value across to them, right? And now in Bitcoin with Lightning is digital money. It's programmable money and it lives on the internet, right? So all of that is possible and the impact is very real. Brazil is just the first country that we're seeing that big change is happening for us in the gaming industry. But I think there's many, many more. I think nations in the African continent are emerging markets are exploding through the roof, adoption and financial inclusion and all of that. So I think I'm going to repeat myself. We're just scratching the surface. Lightning is going to essentially take over. It's going to be the story that we're going to be talking about for the next 5 to 10 years. And it's great to be here at the very beginning, right? I think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, Rockstar, do you maybe want to shine a little bit light on El Salvador and some of the, some of the life-changing impacts that the citizens there are able to utilize from remittance payments to e-commerce physical commerce themselves?
Yeah, I mean that whole story is very personal for me because it was on the inside this whole thing was happening, but for me the fact that one of us, a Bitcoiner like Jack, can go to El Salvador and practically change the trajectory of a history of a country and get them to adopt that first Bitcoin as a legal tender bill is just amazing. And as Andre's saying, with scratching the surface, that's just first domino. And for us that have been in Bitcoin for so long, it's just something that we have been expecting because state and money will be separated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
state and money will be separated, and we are going to fix the money, fix the world. Because when you see, for example, what happened in Canada, I mean, it's just crazy that you have people honking, people donating for people to honk, and it's not even that people that are honking are getting their bank account shut down, it's people that send $20 to them. And so I understand politicians and they're trying to keep things running, keep fulfilling promises that got them elected, but I mean, come on. At a certain point, you need to realize you are not going to make it and look to solutions, not just invent problems to stay in power. And I would even expand that beyond countries. It's even when you see what's happening with Bitcoin and so many people trying to control Bitcoin and narrative around Bitcoin. What they need to hear and understand is that Bitcoin doesn't need you, you need Bitcoin. So yeah, Mr. Wonderful ESGBS, I mean, man, we don't need you, if we did, we have Peter Thiel, thank you very much. So yeah, thank you. And I look at Matt always and go with, stay humble. So I'll stand there.
Awesome. I would like to kind of get into the little bit of the different roles that we have here on this panel today. We have custodians servicing Lightning payments on behalf of users. We have open source tooling for self-sovereign individuals to actually do Lightning payments on their own, both sending and receiving. And we have a VC here, Alyse, investing in some of the most groundbreaking companies moving at lightning speed at a technological level that we really don't see so much in the real world. So I'd love to kind of just hear the importance of like each of your roles that you have in Lightning here, and you know, even maybe the dichotomy between, you know, custodians and open source development. So like, Ben, do you want to like kind of talk about like some of the open source tooling that like you have created on with LN Bits?
Yeah, so with LN Bits, you can, you know, run it just for yourself, or you can run it for your friends or family, or you can run it for a business, or you can run it for the whole world if you want to and be a custodian for other people's funds. Then obviously you'll have to tackle the regulatory stuff and whatever else. So I'm not, I think within Bitcoin, you know, not your node, not your rules, like you should run your own node. And we need to make that as easy as possible. And we are making it as easy as possible with all the great projects like Umbrella One and Raspberry Blitz and the My Nodes and all these sorts of things. But it's also okay to appreciate that some people will outsource that security to somebody who they quote unquote trust. And hopefully that, you know, the amount of money which they would leave on that service would be minimal. And it could just be like a sort of a scrub service or a semi-custodial relay Bitcoin service where Bitcoin, you know, so say if you've got someone offering a custodial service and then they're receiving Lightning payments, then to have it just loop out to on-chain when the amount gets too big, then as a custodial service, maybe your security threat model is that you're just leaving, you know, a couple £100 on this service. And then it's like, okay, well maybe for what I'm using it for, then maybe I don't need to run my own node, it's easier not to. And some people will do that. So we need to be aware of them doing that, and then we need to build for them, but do it in such a way that we can encourage them to then run it themselves, so it's not hard to run themselves. So yeah, you have like, you know, custodial, then you have non-custodial. And I think a lot of companies like, you know, like Alloy, like LN Bits, like we're exploring like stuff in the middle. You know, what's in the middle? Is there community banking? Is there sort of scrub services? Could we get, you know, all that liquidity which is sloshing around in people's Lightning wallets? Could we pool it together? And then could those pools be used as a funding source for custodial services? So, you know, in a protocol-y way, is, you know, the funds aren't being held by the service provider, then there could be some potential yield for the people who allow their Lightning funds to be put into that pool. So I think there's some really interesting work on decentralizing custodianship and that murky area in the middle.
So I think that's really important because actually one of the most important pieces of Bitcoin and Lightning is the optionality, right? It's a permissionless system. You can choose how deep in the stack you go. So if you're, you know, a self-sovereign individual and you want to own the entire stack and you want to be your own bank, you have that capability. You know, you can run a Bitcoin Core node, you can run a Lightning node, you can have channel, you can do literally everything yourself. I think it's a big ask to assume that each and every person in the world will eventually do that. I think the optionality is really, really important, and you having hybrid models, having custodial models, having non-custodial models is one of the big value propositions of Bitcoin and Lightning. You know, it's you serve your own needs. You get to serve your own needs. So in a world where everything online and in real life can have a value attached to it, I think everyone will be involved in Bitcoin in one way or another, even if you're not running the software yourself. I think there are different use cases. You know, thinking from our side, the Zebedee side, if you're a giant games publisher, you likely don't want to run, you know, your banking infrastructure yourself because of lots of regulatory burdens, because of infrastructure costs, and et cetera. So you're going to outsource that to a bigger custodian who's focusing on that. But if you're a general user or you're a community bank with, you know, you and your family want to have a node at home and you want to run that and manage that yourselves, you can do that, right? So this is completely different to traditional finance. You can't just get a banking license as a person and sort of begin being a bank yourself. Bitcoin allows for that optionality, gives you that permission, or permissionless system, right? And then you get to choose. You are a sovereign individual in Bitcoin. You get to choose how far you go, how deep you go, how technical you go. Lots of people run their email servers. Lots of people don't run their email servers, and they choose to use Gmail, right? Lots of people use accounts like Zebedee and Strike, and lots of people run their own Lightning nodes at home. So the optionality to me is a really important piece, and it's how we're going to grow to millions and billions of Lightning users instead of every single person having their own node at home as an essential piece of it. Lightning is the future, and we need to make it approachable and reachable to all types of users, whether you're technical or not, right?
Yeah. Yeah, to just add to that, as someone that is working on both custodial solution with Strike and then non-custodial with BTC-based server, I often get messages of my BTC Pay server instance, there is this problem, that problem. So yeah, it is about us creating the tools that facilitate the future. To me, one of the most natural use cases for Lightning is that big custodians, specifically exchanges. So big shout out to Jesse and Pierre for Kraken integrating Lightning Network. Yeah, round of applause for that. Because for me, when we have big exchanges like that, it's such a natural use case because you don't even need to deposit in exchange and get exchange hacked, but rather you will have your funds in channel, and yeah, you can rebalance with your dirty fiat. So yeah, it's all about providing a range of solutions, and then people can pick and choose.
I mean, that's the original, with Lightning. That was Satoshi's original vision, wasn't it? Was empty GOX and a unidirectional payment channel. So it's really nice to see the exchanges actually, implementing it.
Yeah, direct channel with Mt. Gox.
Yeah, so you can do high speed, high frequency updates to the funds.
Yeah. At least on the VC side of things, how do you see your role in the Lightning space?
So our role is to be a collaborator and resource provider, and I think of it as a service provider for the founders that we work with. And then if we're doing our job well, it helps accelerate what the founder would have done without us. That's the goal. I also, though, think of us as a way to organize capital to provide resources for growth in the field, which is more challenging in Bitcoin and Lightning than in altcoin spaces, for example. And so it's important for us to be able to talk to, Bitcoin OGs that have stacked a lot of Bitcoin about why they should contribute back to the innovation ecosystem, but then also to folks that might not get Bitcoin yet about why they should care. And on that second group, one of the catalysts for people's curiosity has really been Lightning. There's a hook there. People get it, that it changes commerce in a variety of ways. But I think what's interesting, and Andre kind of spoke around this earlier, is that because it's more flexible, it can meet people and communities where they're at. So for instance, what Zebedee is doing for gamers is banking them, basically, in a way that makes sense for the population and can't be done with traditional financial tools. But it can also do that in emerging markets or for lower socioeconomic status populations where traditional finance can't serve them either. And so it's been, so that's our job, is to recognize the opportunities that the protocols present to create new utility and then find the founders that are going to be able to execute and provide for these populations.
Awesome, amazing. So we got about 5 minutes left. I did want to kind of get into, almost the flip side of things. What if the Lightning Network is not the future of commerce here? Like, what if Lightning Network ends up being used in other use cases? Like, is Lightning good enough the way it is? Do we need to what needs to progress to move it to the next level? It is from there. Like, do we need additional payment protocols to be able, things like Bolt 12, to be able to service some of these use cases? Are there going to be alternative sub networks within the Lightning space, or even additional layer 2 or layer 3 solutions on top of Bitcoin? So, as kind of final thoughts here, what do you guys see as Lightning as the future of commerce? Is it the future of commerce?
Yeah, we had a really good talk in the backstage about this. Maybe me and Andre were talking about if you have additional hops, it's not direct channel. Success of payments is 77.
77.
And then it goes down from there. Yeah. But yeah, maybe you can expand on that, then I'll.
Yeah, I think to me that one of the important pieces of Lightning is interoperability, right? In Bitcoin, layer 1, we all agree on everything. It's a consensus-based layer. Layer 2, we have some agreements, but like we said before, different participants can have separate agreements and still transact value. As we stack the layers, as we continue building the Bitcoin stack, I think it's really important to maintain that interoperability, as with things with LNURL, Lightning address, and so forth. And I think, if we reach a scenario where certain companies are doing this, other teams are doing that, certain people are doing this, and they can't speak to each other, you lose a very vital piece of Bitcoin, which is the ability to send money to anyone, anywhere. We're working very hard for it to be the future, but there's also lots of business interests for companies. There's also incentives that are different for certain teams. So it would be a shame if we were to split and Lightning becomes separate things to each team. And that's when, in my opinion, Lightning could come to not be the holy grail that we all want it to be. So I think it's a matter of communication, but it's a very tough problem, right? How do we engage as community members, as companies to agree on standards that are being built as we're building them, right? And Bitcoin and Lightning are sort of standardized now, but what about the rest of the things that are being built on top of it? So I think that's one of the big interesting points.
Yeah, it's when you look at the way that Lightning specification developed, it was really good with like Bolt 1, Bolt 2, like Bolt all the way to Bolt 11, and then from there we've expanded, and now we are at this point where will we sit down and talk about specifications, improve them, or like what will be the path forward? Because for me, maybe payments is not the future of Lightning. Maybe tokens are. I offer that thought to you. What I am really excited about though is alternative layers too. So Coinpool as a proposal has came out. And I see that in future there will be a lot of development there because there are such a natural use cases for that. As someone working on BTC Pay server, it's like if you just overpay your merchant, now you're masking the amount that you pay to merchant, and only merchant knows it, can blank it out, and whatever you overpay can now become a part of the pool. So sort of like what Samurai is doing. But let's see, let's see. And invitation, if there are any more NIMs like me, shadowy super coders, come to BTC Pay server Mattermost and let's talk about Coinpool.
So a lot of what I think can help advance Lightning for payments and make Lightning payments more reliable, including when there's multiple hops in the payment, is being built now. So Lightning is still early. There's an opportunity for, that many companies have described, for instance, Voltage recently, I think at this conference. There's an opportunity to be more efficient in how you manage your nodes and channels, and businesses have the same opportunity. And so I think it's one of the strengths about the Bitcoin community is that we're really self-evaluative, so we're hard on ourselves, we critique ourselves, and I think that makes us much stronger, but we also have to remember that it's just very early, and so some of the picks and shovels that need to be built for Lightning to be the future of commerce are being built today. We're trying to fund them. One of the things that makes me most bullish, though, about Lightning for the future of commerce is to see the sort of feedback loop that companies like Zebedee or Strike, Ibex Mercado, Lightning Labs have been using in terms of the adoption and infrastructure cycle. And so, for instance, we saw in El Salvador a real love and appreciation for Lightning, the protocol. And then we saw perhaps some difficulty or challenge for emerging markets where households might have a 1 ratio of how much they make and how much they need to spend each month. It's harder to tolerate Bitcoin's volatility, at least now, before we're in before everything's denominated in Bitcoin. And so as part of that feedback loop, we see companies thinking about how to offer the protocol without forcing exposure to Bitcoin's volatility. And so those sorts of quick iterative loops based on feedback from adoption will, I think, position Lightning to be in a really good place to dominate commerce in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Lightning, any money, medium of exchange money, which we're going to be using in the future, will be built using Lightning. Currently, we're just at the stage where it's messy, and there's all this it's the free and open source way, isn't it? You're making the sausage in public, and everyone can see all the ingredients which go into it. And it's messy. It's not like a closed source system. So it seems very chaotic, and it seems like things are breaking, aren't working, and then you have payment failures. But the reason people have payment failures is because they haven't balanced their channels properly. And now there's all these great services which are exploring how to do that in a more automated way and solutions for fixing that. So yeah, and this is what I was saying before about the, having real world use gives you all that great feedback. Like in El Salvador, the thing which was obvious for anyone who went there was the payment rail is fantastic. Medium of exchange, it sucks because you got the volatility of Bitcoin. And then we know one day that Bitcoin will have enough liquidity so it won't be volatile. But then how will it get there unless people are using it as a stable medium of exchange? So the idea of these stable coins, which can bring in Bitcoin liquidity, which we can use temporarily until we get to that mass where the Bitcoin price just can't move because it's so incredibly liquid. I think that's the inevitable kind of next step for Bitcoin. It's very exciting.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I want to give everyone a round of applause for these amazing panelists. Thank you guys so much. That's it.
What's up? What's up? Is my mic on? Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Cheers.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Can I borrow yours?
Oh, I can see us.
Hello? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1. Yeah, what's up? Can you guys hear me okay? Cool. So this is the Mempools panel. My name is Wiz. I'm the co-founder of the Mempool open source project and operator of the mempool.space block explorer website. And this is the Mempool panel where we're going to bore you guys to death. We'll blab on for hours about the Mempool. These are some really cool shadowy supercoder cypherpunk people we're very fortunate to have here today. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks. My name is Sergej Kotliar. I'm the founder and CEO of Bitrefill. Many of you probably know what we do. We let you buy anything you want with.
Cool. I think I'm okay. My name's Gloria. I work on Bitcoin Core, mostly in the mempool code base and surrounding areas such as mempool validation, transaction relay, and mining. When I say, as a preface, when I say the mempool, people often on Twitter say I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean the mempool as in the code base area, just to say. And I'm founded by Brink, which is a nonprofit dedicated to Bitcoin research and development.
Hi, I'm Murch. When I talk about the mempool, I mean the transactions that are unconfirmed and are shared between all the different nodes that run and have their own unique perspective on the mempool, which just overlaps largely. So the mempool is an abstract concept that just treats this overlap. And I used to stare a lot more at the mempool when I was at BitGo as a backend coins team member, because we had so many customers that would get stuck transactions or just needed advice when and how they should send their transactions. Now I'm at Chaincode Labs, and well, I'm still interested in mempool, and yeah, I sometimes do the mempool weather report.
Yeah, we love those mempool weather reports from Murch. You haven't done any while though. Maybe if we ask real nice, he'll do one for us today. But let's start with the basics. Sergej, do you want to just break it down for everyone who's not already familiar? What is a mempool? Why do Bitcoin nodes have them? How do they work? Why are we so interested in the mempools?
So there's a lot there. I mean, the basic thing is that when you send a Bitcoin transaction, it doesn't go right into a block, right? Where does it go? It goes into the mempool. So the mempool is the pool of transactions that are waiting to be confirmed into a block. A Bitcoin node will receive a transaction, it will check if it's valid, put it in the mempool, Gloria will elaborate on this stuff. And then we'll pass it around to all the other Bitcoin nodes that it knows of. So there's, each has its own perspective, but there's also some level of shared knowledge of what are the transactions that are waiting to be confirmed. And so, I mean, from my perspective as CEO, technical CEO of a company that makes many Bitcoin transactions and have customers making Bitcoin transactions to us, especially back in 2017, when the transaction fees were really high, it became, I mean, really financially important, you know, because we were spending thousands and tens of thousands, even on dollars, on transaction fees almost on a daily basis. And so it created a strong incentive to like keep an eye, right? Because the most important thing is that the mempool is sorted by the fee rate, right? So that transaction that has a higher transaction fee will be sorted higher, and it's going to be prioritized first by the miners, which are then working based on, you know, financial incentives, right? But then it becomes important to, you know, to set a fee that is just high enough. No, but not too high, because then you're wasting money, right? But not too low, because then the transaction is not going to go through, maybe ever, or maybe in a long time, right? And so fine-tuning that is super important. And I mean, this is something that's gotten infinitely better in the past years. But that's kind of how my interest got sparked into it. And I still do as a habit, even though the mempool isn't as crazy as it used to be. I still watch it all. I was showing the people. I have it on my phone, you know, in my Safari, just to keep an eye on, like, because you can see, you know, you can see a lot of stuff in the mempool of like what is going on, who's making the transactions, what are they doing, where are they going, you know, you learn a lot of stuff from watching it. I think
that's a good way to put it. It's kind of like the transaction queue of the Bitcoin network, where whenever you use Bitcoin, it just goes into there first, and it's this very interesting area to monitor and visualize, right? But one thing you mentioned that was really interesting is how high the transactions fees got last year. Actually, this is a good question for Murch. And maybe I think we have a slide for this, the history of the last year. Could you guys show that first slide? It's basically the mempool chart of the last 3 years. Murch, do you want to give us your nice weather report? What's going on in this chart?
Well, more of an historical weather overview. So in the last year, we had the interesting situation that from mid-December, 15th of December until 2nd of June, the mempool never fully cleared. So there was always at least one block worth of transactions waiting to be confirmed. And for some time of that, even the default mempool limit overflowed. I think we are going to touch on that a little later, maybe. And so the colors that you see here, hopefully, yes. So the lowest bar is, you see color bands here, right? And the color bands are fee rates, and the size of the bands indicate how much data is waiting to be included in blocks. So at the bottom, you have this pinkish tone there. That's just over default min relay fee, which is 1 Satoshi per V-byte of transaction data. And then I think yellow goes up to like 30, 40, or even
100.
Well,
yeah,
100. So generally, the mempool is just a visualization, or this chart we're looking at here is a visualization of the waiting queue of payment promises to be turned into payments by being included in blocks.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy last year. I think it was around December of, I guess, 2020 when we saw the fees start to rise and the mempool was just congested all the time until about the Miami conference last year, right? Was right around when it emptied out. And during that whole time, it was just totally congested. And sometimes you pay like as much as like 300 sats per V-byte just to get into the next block, like $20 US just to do an ordinary Bitcoin transaction. It was really a unique time in Bitcoin's history, I think. We hadn't really seen that kind of sustained fee market really before.
And just to point out, sorry, there's a common expression, there is no the mempool. And likewise, this chart that you are seeing is not a canonical view of like the mempool of the Bitcoin network, right? This is just Wiz's node, which happens to have a very large max mempool size. But I don't know if you guys can still see. Oh, if you could bring up the chart again, sorry. I think it goes up to like 400, it goes up to like 200 million virtual bytes, but actually the default mempool size is 300 megabytes, and a lot of that is taken up by metadata, 75% in fact. So most mempools, like ordinary non-Wiz nodes and not mining nodes on the network, are only keeping up to like 75 million virtual bytes worth of transactions. So they actually wouldn't even see the peak of those mountains. But of course, actually, they're keeping the top section of the fee rate, not the bottom.
Yeah, and
right?
I think we have a slide of what that looks like. Can you go to the next one to see what a normal node's mempool looked like last year? Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
Gloria, you want to walk us through what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so in April or so, right, they're purging all of the, so okay, Sergej mentioned that we sort the mempool in transactions based on their fee rate, right? And I guess the first thing I probably want to mention is individual fee rate is not what matters. Ancestor package fee rate is what matters. So in Bitcoin, we have a unique transaction structure where it's made of inputs and outputs, right? We all know what the UTXO-based structure is. So you can have transactions dependent upon each other inside of the mempool. So you can be spending a UTXO that doesn't exist in the blockchain, but it exists in a transactions that's still in the mempool. That makes sense, right? Hopefully everybody understands that.
But how did the Bitcoin network change during this time of consistently high fee rate environment and transactions getting purged? Like, what was the experience like for a normal Bitcoin user at this time?
Yeah, so I think if you had a 1 sat per VByte transaction that you broadcast around April or so, and as the mempool filled up, your transaction was probably purged by most of the mempools, most of the nodes' mempools.
Right, because there's this common belief that you can just always send a transaction at 1 sat per VByte fee rate, and eventually it'll get confirmed. But this is a common misconception, right? I mean, if the mempool is constantly full, your low fee transactions will get purged out of the mempool. And
there are other mempools that have lots of,
true,
and they do rebroadcast. Like when it goes down, you can see if we bring up the chart again. But like,
look at us.
When,
Let's look at the
when
chart.
it goes down from the peak, you can see like over there, it's like some of the transactions are coming back actually. Like on the right half, you can see that the pink ones are coming back up. Right. Which,
right. So the red color
may or may not be.
The red color is like 1 sat per VByte, and that light blue color is like maybe what, 20-ish. So after all the higher fee rate transactions around 20 sats per VByte got confirmed, then you can see the low fees of 1 sat per VByte started to get rebroadcasted in the network, and that's so. How did BitRefill handle that during that time? Like, don't you guys allow people to buy gift cards with like zero conf transactions in the mempool? Like, how did you guys handle this?
Well, this is exactly why we have to do that, right? Because otherwise the customer might be stuck forever and ever and have a horrible experience and support tickets and confused refunds and exchange rates. There's like a whole mess. So I mean, again, like 2017, when this was even worse, crazy than it was on the chart here. Yeah, it was a kind of a formative time for us. We were really like struggling. And at the time, we were mainly doing low-value phone refill transactions, you know, so like the typical like $5, $10 transactions. I mean, we've done a lot of things. You know, we developed like that we ourselves recommend a fee rate for the customer, right? So we like our web server monitors this or our version of this. And based on that computes a recommendation that we give to the customer. And these days, most wallets do that automatically, but we also sort of like make sure.
But isn't that a huge risk for your business? I mean, if I go on your BitRefill site and buy an Amazon gift card for like $1,000, and send you a low-fee transaction.
That's RBFable.
Well, if it's RBFable, then we're not going to do the zero conf. I mean, you're going to have a bad user experience. But if you do that, then presumably you're savvy enough to be able to fix the bad user experience yourself. I mean, the risk factor. I mean, people think that Bitcoin transactions are, when they're unconfirmed, are trivially reversible, and that's not true. At least not today. You know, you need to collude with miners.
Would you guys agree with that statement?
I think it has been shown that if you're willing to put in the effort, you can very successfully double spend transactions even after they've been broadcast. But you do have to really put in some effort right now.
We don't accept just any transaction, right? There's a bit of magic going on where we check and vet and make sure, right? So, I mean, the low-hanging fruit stuff that you have in mind, I mean, you know, the goal isn't to double spend it, the goal is just to trick us, right, into believing that we got the money where we didn't, right? That's the trick. And I mean, we've been doing this for 7 years now. I think it has happened in 7 years 1 or 2 times, and we do like, you know, more than 100,000 transactions every month, you know, so like, and compare that to credit cards where you like, standard fraud rate is like 5%, and you know, it's like a cost of doing business. So, and here it's like twice ever, and like, it was because of bugs that we fixed.
I think it's still important to distinguish, though. It's a little bit of a gentleman's agreement not to do it, and there's no tools to do it easily. There's very few people that would have the knowledge and maybe connections to reliably double spend. And so, yeah, I agree that from a business perspective and planning and like risk factors, you can discard that risk for the most part. But fundamentally, from how the mempool works, there are some policies that help with this, but it's not actually, while a transaction is unconfirmed, it is unreliable. And it just so happens that the policies and the behavior of our society, our Bitcoin society, tends to confirm with our needs in regard to.
Well, no, there's thieves and hackers and crooks that use Bitcoin as well. So, you know, it's not just the nice people of the Bitcoin conference.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Well, also you have customer accounts, right? It's not that people are completely.
No customer accounts. Well, we do, but that's not related to this.
All right.
Yeah, I'd love to continue talking about mempool attacks because the first time we met, for me, I mean, we all know that transaction relay in a distributed system is like notoriously unreliable, and I think I know more than anyone that there's tons of attacks and it's a dangerous place. And so when I first met you and you said you accept zero conf transactions, we had a very heated debate about whether or not that's safe. And I think you did manage to convince me that for you at least, it's difficult to convince the logic on top of your Bitcoin operation that you are going to be double spending.
Yeah, it sounds like if you're going to be sending $1 million to someone, you might want to wait for 6 or 12 confirmations on the Bitcoin blockchain. But for your particular threat model, where you're selling gift cards of relatively small denominations, you know, and mitigating the double spend risks, like you said, no RBF, they have to use a reasonably high fee rate, et cetera, et cetera. It sounds like you figured out how to manage this risk for your business.
And I mean, let's be very, very, very clear here. I in no way say that you should rely on unconfirmed transactions.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's advanced level kung fu. You need to have people that do it and spend hours figuring it out, monitoring it, evaluating, improving it, and so on. It's something that you can do if you're a company and you have people working on this full time. It's not something for the common man. Right, but there's also, I mean, it depends. You know, if your buddy is paying you back $10 for lunch, you know, you don't have to sit there. You know, you can set it to the low fee transaction, and in fact, like for I think quite a few, I mean, like maybe we can talk about the trustless aspect because I think it's very interesting about how Bitcoin is all about the trustless. But if you actually look at most actual Bitcoin transactions, there's always a very high degree of trust between the parties. right? In the sense of like, hey, we pay someone's salary in Bitcoin, right? Okay, we're not going to double spend our employee because then it's not going to go to work next week. Also, it's unethical and it's like not normal human behavior, right? So for a lot of transactions, there is a mutual trust, right? And in that situation, you can set the mempool fee to 1 sat per byte, and it's going to confirm eventually. In worst case, if it happens that suddenly there's a big spike like that, well, then you'll figure it out. It's going to be a little bit of a hassle.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway is that the fee rate you use or whether you accept the transaction on 0 conf or 6 confs, it all really depends on your individual threat model and use case and amount of the transaction. It really depends. And so for some people, they can always send 1 sat per vbyte. Even if it takes a year to get confirmed, they'll wait because they just might be sending it between 2 of their same wallets and they know they're not going to double spend their own transaction. But if I want to say, hey, let's buy $1 million worth of gift cards, I'm pretty sure you won't accept the 0 conf for that, right? But what about layer 2 networks?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I wanted to point out that all of this is assuming that transaction propagation is based on this perfectly fair fee rate market, where the higher the fee rate the transaction, the faster it's going to get mined. And that's not quite true.
Right, so how does that apply to like Lightning, for example? If I have a Lightning node and I have to force close a channel, how do the fees work with that?
Yeah, okay, so this is something I spend a lot of my time thinking about because in all layer 2 contracts, you have a particular set of conditions that makes fees extremely important and dangerous. So one thing is, when you're doing a Lightning transaction, right, you and your counterparty are negotiating the fee rate well before you're ever going to broadcast it. Because the whole point is you're going to exchange these transactions and payments and only settle on chain if you really need to or when both of you decide to close the channel, right? So what really goes wrong is when you have a unilateral close, as in your counterparty is trying to cheat you, your counterparty went offline, whatever it is, something went wrong. So now you need to broadcast your transaction. And that might be hours, days, weeks after you decided what the fee rate on that transaction is going to be. And if your counterparty is trying to cheat you, there's no way you're going to sign an RBF with them because they're like, I'm trying to steal your money. Why would I give you another signature? And so that combination makes it quite dangerous. So for example, if we go back to the second slide, where the fee rate, the minimum fee rate of the mempool went from like 1 sat per vbyte to like 20 sats per vbyte. Let's say you open a Lightning channel and you have some HTLCs going and you negotiated a fee rate of 10 or even 15 sats per vbyte on your commitment transaction. But then something goes wrong and you need to broadcast. Well, the commitment transaction will straight up not even make it into anyone's mempool. Maybe it will make it into Wiz's mempool because his is still, the floor is still 1 sat per vbyte. But for the most part, it's just not gonna work. And then you say, oh, Gloria, what about CPFP? Right? Commitment transactions have anchor outputs, so either counterparty in the Lightning channel should be able to attach a very high fee rate child to their commitment transaction. And newsflash, the first transaction will not make it in, and we're actually only validating transactions individually. So we'll reject the first one, we'll look at the high fee child, and we'll say, well, these inputs are not available because they belong to a transaction we rejected. And so, oops, sorry, neither of them are getting in.
So it sounds like Lightning has a pretty big security hole right now based on what you just said.
Exactly. This is why I'm excited to be here today, to tell you everything's broken and we need to fix it. No, but I think this particular issue, again, we have not seen a fee rate market like that since April of last year. And I'm not saying that there is a reliable attack that attackers can always execute. But if you think about it, as hundreds of billions of dollars of capital is locked into Lightning contracts and other L2 contracts, and the fee rate market or the usage of the mempool becomes less predictable. We're not able to say, oh, in 1 week's time or in 1 month's time, we know that there's going to be room in the mempool for a 10 sat per vbyte transaction. These attacks become more and more critical. And again, this is on a very long time horizon, right? So as as protocol developers, we're thinking about something like this, where it's like, okay, when you're building an L2, hopefully there is a seamless interface between L2 and L1. And I think mempool is where that security assumption really breaks down. Because to put it simply, Lightning and all other L2 protocols have a security assumption that you will always be able to mitigate counterparty risk by broadcasting something on chain to revoke their funds or to get your justice transaction in. And that assumption is not always true. It's not always false, okay, not to scare everyone. But I think this is going to become more and more dangerous, and we need to fix it.
But also on the scaring part, like a normal Lightning wallet, when it opens a channel, it sets that fee pretty high. Right?
Yes.
So it sets it to a level such that it's relatively unthinkable, even if 2017 were to happen again, that it wouldn't even make it into people's mempools. It's definitely, I mean, you can imagine it happening, but it's like, it's unlikely,
Yeah.
So essentially all the unilateral closes overpay heavily because they cannot, so maybe to pick up your point from earlier, the only thing that has propagation guarantees in Bitcoin is blocks. We guaranteed that we will deliver blocks to other nodes so that everybody can catch up to the best chain tip. Transactions do not have propagation guarantees. We forward them at best effort. Generally, it means that all transactions get to all other nodes in a minute or so. And once they're in a block, of course, as part of the block, they do get propagated. But before that, the unconfirmed transactions do not have guarantees. But essentially, the L2s rely on the assumption that there are guarantees for transaction propagation. So that's where the problem comes in.
Sergej, I think you run a pretty large Lightning node for your business. Can you tell us any stories? Has Bitrefill ever seen anyone trying to steal funds out of a Lightning channel during that time? I guess it was April of last year. Did you see any shenanigans?
No, we've had shenanigans, but they're like someone made a mistake and accidentally, their wallet started doing stuff, and so our things slapped them and so on, and then the person reached out and said, hey, I fucked up, you gotta help me out, and we help out. But I think it's also like important to keep in mind again, like we talked about, that like a financial transaction has a level of trust, right? So for example, at Bitrefill, like our biggest channels are going to be with other companies, right?
True.
So we'll have a big channel or multiple channels with Strike, or Bitfinex, Blue Wallet, Asank, and so on, right? And so it's not like, I mean, Bitcoin is built for like the Wild West, every man for themselves. But like in reality, most of it isn't, right? I mean, just because imaginably we could, with a very sophisticated attack like this, rob our good friends at Strike of money, doesn't mean that we do. We have business, common human decency and so on. So it depends. And Lightning channels have a certain trust factor in them by default, in that you kind of rely on the person like keeping their node up and running and not doing anything stupid and so on, which is like a weak trust, right? But there is a little bit of a type of trust. You don't trust them with your money, but you trust them to not mess things up.
I think we actually see this in many layer 2 networks, or maybe more broadly, technologies built on top of Bitcoin, where there's not only the anarchist trust of the base layer blockchain. For example, if I had a channel open with you, and for some reason my node got messed up, and you've had to like force close the channel, and you got those funds, we have some kind of reputation or relationship together. I would say, hey, can you, let's settle up properly. I think this is quite common, like you said, in the B2B space, where Bitcoin banks essentially have very large channels between each other, or Bitcoin payment processors, or merchants selling gift cards, et cetera. And I think this is one part of the, maybe to mitigate the risk in a different way from what you mentioned earlier. Okay, sure, Lightning has some security holes, or threat models maybe need to be adjusted for when the mempool gets full all the time. But one of these mitigations is actually the social, maybe capital part of it. I mean,
okay, yeah, sure, but like, just maybe to play devil's advocate or to provide a perspective of someone who is trying to design our policy rules and our mempool for the node runners that are using a Raspberry Pi, you know, the people in countries where this is the most free option for them to transact, and their government is actively trying to censor, or sorry, you know, someone is trying to censor or freeze their ability to use money for whatever it is that they need, that may or may not be politically accepted there, right? Like, we want the default option to be as minimal as possible, as private as possible, as censorship resistant as possible. So of course there are many scenarios where there is a social aspect or there is a legal framework with which people can use to externally to the Bitcoin and Lightning assumptions to, you know, figure out how they're going to transact. I think the most private, you know, censorship resistant, blah, 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 option should be the default.
I strongly agree. I mean,
yeah.
With everything that you say and with everything that you do is super important. I mean, we're building Bitcoin to survive in wartime, right? I just sort of added in there because maybe people get the impression that shit if fees goes up, all of my money is going to be stolen from Lightning.
Right.
And that's not necessarily the case, you know. I mean, but we're talking about a sort of a risk that is theoretical, highly unlikely, requires a sophisticated attacker and a special set of circumstances. We need to fix that risk, right? And that's what you're doing.
Yes.
And the great people at Lightning and so on. Yeah, but you know, it's important to know.
I like that we have balanced,
how exposed you are. Yeah.
Balanced voices on this panel.
I want to jump in here now too. So, I mean, it's easy to build a trusted relationship on a default of no trust necessary, right? You can sort of upgrade your relationship with somebody else by adding a trusted relationship, and then you can do more things than with the default. But yeah, it is important that it works for well, Bitcoin is the money of enemies, right? Taj said that. Very nice.
So do you recommend someone to open would you recommend someone to open a Lightning channel with their enemy?
No. I don't think that you do open yourself up to a little bit of abuse if you have a Lightning channel with someone. They can make it hard for you to get your money back. They can grief you for the fees for opening the channels and things like that. But generally, so we have the base layer where you don't have to need a lot of trust. And then, of course, you can build business relationships on that, and you can do more with that. It's sort of like we have a very simple, stupid base layer in Bitcoin, and then we build the complex things at the edges and on top, because it's easier to go that direction than vice versa. Going from a trust necessary to an untrusted, would you want to open a bank account with somebody that you know is going to try to steal money from you?
But I mean, nobody suggested that here.
No. I'm just illustrating.
Yeah, and obviously, hopefully nobody gets the impression that I'm criticizing Lightning or thinking that they're building too fast. But I think in Bitcoin, we have more of a philosophy of building bottom up. So, you know, we have our base layer, no trust required, as security model is as difficult as possible. And then we're slowly, you know, building up to a scalable payment system that can handle the thousands of transactions per second that honestly we cannot fit into a block right now, right? So we cannot afford to not build Lightning or, you know, some scaling solution. But the way that I think we do things, what I like about Bitcoin development is we build bottom up and we put security first. I think that's the way we should think about things and what I really like.
Yeah, I think we covered a lot of the very interesting past of the mempool, historical data trends, and now we just kind of touched on the present state of the mempool and how it affects various threat models for various use cases. But what about the future? Murch, you usually give us like a weather report of what's going on in the mempool. Like, how about a prediction? What's the future weather report for the mempool? What do you think is going to happen? How is the mempool going to change over time?
That's very interesting, and I've been thinking about that. But I mean, I don't know. But so From the stats that I'm seeing, I think that the number of payments has been growing pretty steadily. The amount of money that is being sent has been growing pretty steadily. And what led to this congestion in the last year was that there were just more and more transactions. And eventually, the block space was completely getting used. And the block space supply is pretty inelastic. While you're slightly below it, it'll clear every night or at least every weekend, and the fees will calm down again. As soon as you overshoot a little bit and the number of transactions that get submitted to the network exceed the available block space, it'll just continue growing, right? Because there's not enough new block space to clear it out. And so we had a bit of a demand shock after.
Right, the market was
First we had
pumping.
a supply shock, and then we had a demand shock. First, China kicked out their miners, and the hash rate went down by 47%, I think, at the peak. And then just around the same time, blockchain.com, who is responsible for about 30% of all transactions, finally updated from pay-to-public key hash addresses to pay-to-witness public key hash. So the inputs went from 148 bytes to 68 V-bytes on each input. So they were less than half the size. And suddenly this being slightly over the block space demand went to, oh, we're like at 90-ish% of the block space being used, and fees dropped through the floor. And then the hash rate regenerated maybe even faster than some people expected. Some people were like, it'll take a year for all these companies to resettle. And
No, they were heavily incentivized to get those miners on as soon as possible.
So blocks were coming faster and transactions were smaller, at least, blockchain.com's.
So in a way, I think we'll see a couple more demand shocks. For example, with pay-to-taproot, it took now almost 5 years, but we're at 83% SegWit transactions now. And with Taproot, I assume a similar pattern. It will take a few years for use cases to come up. But then especially for multisig will be a lot cheaper to do with keypath spends on pay-to-taproot. And a keypath spend in pay-to-taproot is only 58 V-bytes, whereas, for example, at 203 multisig, even with native SegWit right now, is 105. So, or older formats are 140 or 297 for legacy even. So the demand from multisig transactions will go down a bunch. And then Lightning is actually maturing maybe a little quicker than so for example, Rusty said, building Lightning will be a 20-year effort. And now people are reporting that they're routing thousands of transactions only through their own node that they're administering from home. So I think that the smaller payments will be pushed out to the payment layer, to Lightning. The multisig transactions will move to these more efficient formats. So for the middle term, probably block space will remain relatively abundant. But we will, if payments continue to grow, and I mean, conferences certainly seem to grow, then we will always have some demand. And what last year showed, I think, is that transacting on Bitcoin is valuable enough for a lot of people that they were willing to pay significant fees. And we have at least 2 more halvings or so until the subsidy is going to start to be really small.
It sounds like a typical market, a free market economy where you have limited supply or I guess maybe a variable supply and a variable demand. And if the demand ever exceeds the supply, then sure, the prices go up. This is just basic economics. But will we ever see a time where the demand constantly exceeds the supply and the mempool is just constantly full and transactions are getting priced out essentially?
Well, one thing I want to add, sorry to steal a bit, is demand is not just comprised of how many people are using Bitcoin to send money, right? And this goes further than just like, oh, some of it's happening on Lightning, which we don't see on chain, or a lot of it is happening on Lightning actually. And as you alluded to, there's plenty of ways that wallet developers can save users money simply by making smaller transactions. There are so many advancements, at least that I know, that exist in the Bitcoin Core wallet and can be used to save users money. And in the enterprise world as well, to batch payments or fee bump in a more smart way. Shout out to CardCoins for doing batched RBF payments that save users money. So like, I don't think block space or like demand for block space necessarily shows you how many people are transacting with Bitcoin. That's my main point. Because I think when people see empty blocks or when they see like an empty mempool, they're like, oh, nobody's using Bitcoin. And that's just not true.
Right. But also to elaborate on that is that, again, when block space is cheap, people will use it. When it's very, very expensive, people feel pain and they try to solve it in different ways, right? And we talked about that. There's
time.
a ton of optimizations, and I mean, we've seen massive improvements in optimizations in the mempool over the past 4 years. It was originally interesting because it was so hilariously bad, right? And now nobody's doing any hilariously bad stuff.
It
right?
was funny, right? How batch transactions were sort of starting mid-2017. And then after that huge spike in 2017, a lot of people very quickly started rolling that out, right?
Right, and that's of course because users are heavily incentivized to optimize their use of Bitcoin's blockchain space, right? Once those fees spike up, yeah, let's prioritize that SegWit implementation, right? Or let's move our low value transactions to layer 2s. And that's when we saw a huge Lightning adoption too, right?
But so that's so there's a upwards pressure, which is Bitcoin is growing and there is more of everything, right? But there are downwards pressures, there are optimizations, there's other solutions, you know. Someone might say, hey, but you know what, we can actually solve this particular thing in a centralized way and it moves off of there. There's a lot of different ways of achieving the same goal, right? And so when the price is high, that creates an incentive for someone to rethink of it. I mean, I've always expected there to be a Bitcoin payment service provider at some point that just like takes Bitcoin here, completely centralized, like takes some Bitcoin here, sends some Bitcoin there, and just does it all on chain. But it still hasn't happened. You know, we've been so. I mean, these things will probably start happening when, especially during this, because the mempool moves. It doesn't grow nice and steady. It moves in extreme spikes. Right?
Yeah, when the market's pumping hard, everyone wants to move their money to exchange
yes.
and withdraw.
And there's a lot of stuff that's algorithmic here in terms of fee estimation and a bunch of other things. So oftentimes it's not even a human. Where, like there's bots that will send from one exchange to another exchange.
And I think the coffee transactions are getting priced out of Bitcoin, right? And that's like the future of Bitcoin is that we migrate to this multi-layer ecosystem where sometimes you use Lightning or Liquid or some custodial service, right?
Well, it might. I mean, you'd be surprised with how many really small transactions they're still happening on chain. I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm a mega Lightning fan. I want to move it to Lightning, but a lot of people use on-chain Bitcoin for really small transactions, and they'll, even at 1 cent per byte, they pay like a pretty high % of the value to make
in a
that
way,
transaction.
All right, guys, I guess we're out of time for our panel, but thanks for sharing your very passionate opinions on the state of the mempool and the future of the mempool. I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Well, hello. We're here to talk about why Lightning is not private. It's you know, as the Bcashers would say, doomed to failure. It's never going to work. All that. So welcome, Evan Kaloudis from Zeus Lightning, Anthony Ronning from Impervious, Niftynei from Blockstream, and yeah. In all seriousness, Lightning is kind of pitched as a magic privacy solution. You hop on Lightning, you spend your money over Lightning, and there's nothing to worry about, like no information leaking. It fixed the privacy issue. And the technical reality of that is not quite. So I guess to start, you know, the whole issue between sending and receiving there. I guess wild card, anybody want to talk about the issues in terms of when you receive money, all of the information that just leaks out into the world that a lot of users might not be aware of?
Yeah, I think to start off, senders have amazing privacy on Lightning from a general level. You know, like, there's some trade-offs there, and you can get into the weeds on that. But when you're sending payments, you can you have like onion routing messages going across the network. So you don't really know where it actually came from. You don't even know if the previous hop that a Lightning payment is going through is actually who it is. But like you said, like receivers on the other hand, it's a little bit of a different story. You have to give information out to another person in order to get paid to actually receive money. So some of that information that's leaked is alias names, IP addresses. If you have any unannounced channels, you may leak those as well in order to get paid down those channels. So there's a lot of areas where receivers need to be a little bit careful, especially if someone is just posting invoices onto Twitter or something, and it's just completely doxing all of that information to the open world. So I think there is some a lot of privacy gains that we can get on Lightning. I think it comes down to the users not shooting themselves in the foot and having a little bit more education on what to do and what not to do especially when it comes to receiving on Lightning.
We're sort of multifaceted though, application developers, they need to give users the tools to be able to not shoot themselves in the foot, but we also need to see some changes at a protocol level, I believe, to really get to where we want to be.
I think so one thing maybe that's kind of interesting to ask about Lightning privacy too is it's more private than being on chain, right? When you sit down and you look at it, transacting on Lightning is a step change function in how private your actual transactions are. So just when you're making transactions, if you're gonna make a transaction with Bitcoin, I think it's true that it's more private if you're doing it on Lightning. So if you had to pick on-chain versus Lightning and you're concerned about privacy, that's definitely the right choice, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Especially if you're sending, receiving.
Well, I mean, it's definitely more private, but just it's not quite the perfect solution, that it kind of gets generalized about. But speaking of solutions to receiver-side privacy, there's a number of protocol proposals, rendezvous routing, route blinding, trampoline routing that could potentially level that to the point where receivers are at least more private than they are now, if not on par with senders. You guys have any favorites there in terms of which one to go with?
Yeah, from the protocol level, I haven't read a lot of the specs, but I think in general, just speaking at a high level, the ability to give out receivers need to give out some information to get paid. Ideally, that information doesn't reveal anything about them, so it could have a lot of maybe fake hops, maybe it's with rendezvous or route blinding, and it's get your payment to this location, and then that location will get the payment to me. Kind of the gist of that. So it kind of cuts that separation. We're okay, everything previously we don't know where it came from, and then everything after we don't know where it's going either. So I think there's a lot of protocol advancements that could happen, especially for receivers. But I'd be curious if you looked at where we are at with being able to implement some of that on the protocol level.
Yeah, so there's a couple different proposals. So what we're kind of talking about is when you send a payment right now, usually if you want to receive a payment on Lightning, you create something called an invoice, you give it to someone. Invoice has a bunch of information in it, right? So it tells you who you're paying, how much you're paying. Usually there's a description of what you're buying, et cetera. So invoices themselves leak basically all of your transaction data. That's the whole payment. That's the whole transaction is in the invoice, right? So there's some questions about okay, maybe we can, is there a way we can produce an invoice that doesn't tell you exactly which node on the network you're paying, but can pay to some intermediate node, and then that intermediate node will be able to figure out how to get to the person who actually wants to receive the payment. So this is almost like, I guess we call those like proxies in like normal networking stuff, right? Like,
yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the proposals, it's not really just, you know, making the data go away. It's like deferring to which parties are privy to who the receiver is. So, you know, privacy is not just about like flicking a switch on or off. It's about selectively deciding who you want to know that information.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when it comes to like the three proposals we're discussing, like rendezvous routing, route blinding, trampoline routing, it's really, they're all kind of in a way like doing the same thing, just like little subtle differences. Like Evan or Lisa, I mean, do you guys, you know, have any kind of thoughts in terms of the privacy trade-offs between the three of them? Like the benefits you can get out of rendezvous versus route blinding versus trampoline, and potential negative sides to that, depending on which one gets implemented?
Yeah, so like I'm gonna be honest, I'm not as familiar with all the differences between like all three of them. I know that like, as far as like, so all of these are like ways that you basically can find another node to like, you know, finish the payment for you to the actual destination. In terms of like what's being worked on currently, I know that the route blinding thing is currently implemented in Core Lightning, which is a project I work on, and there's a few other teams that are working on route blinding currently. So in terms of like out of these three things, which is the most likely to get over the line first in terms of like being accessible to the most people who are running Lightning, it'll definitely be route blinding. I was just talking to one of the maintainers of the async project. They're working on the route blinding stuff. I can't remember. I think trampoline routing is the one that we're supposed to be doing this year also for them and stuff. So maybe that'll be there soon. But these things are like actively proposed, like they're currently in progress. And I've been tasked with asking if you're a developer and you want to like get involved in improving some of the payment routing privacy on Lightning, we could definitely use some help reviewing the route blinding PR, which I think is number 765 on the Bolts repository. That's cool.
Evan, any thoughts on which path we should take here?
Yeah, route blinding is exciting because we have, I would say, the most tangible stuff. But really, I don't think we're going to really get like a full understanding of what all the implications and limits are really until we're testing it out in the wild. So I'm very excited to see that tooling out in, you know, various node projects out in the wild, and people just trying it and figuring out where they get caught up and whatnot. So you know, wherever I can, either three of these you know, methods, I would love to get them in zoos so people can try them on the go and you know, just give it a shot. And you know, since all these methods are really just about like changing up how the routing goes, like instead of just having the sender figuring out the path to it, it's going to be interesting to see if people also have any pains with unable to being able to find like a path to make their payment. So that's the trade-off with a lot of these proposals. It's like you're going to be able to get selective privacy in a lot of ways. But it may make for a worse UX in terms of actually completing that payment.
Anthony, which one should we go with? What's the
yeah, I don't
perfect
even
solution?
think it's like mutually exclusive either. Like I think we've had I think the Electrum Lightning implementation was like kind of the first to implement trampoline routing, which was kind of cool. I don't know anyone using that Python node. I don't know if you should, but it's like you know, awesome to be able to like innovate and like all of us like independently in all the different node implementations, kind of like experimenting with different things and contributing, or hopefully contributing back to the specification process, so we can kind of all benefit from it. So and I think Async has also like implemented trampoline routing themselves. So you know, I think there's like combinations of things that we could all use to kind of maybe it's possible to use trampoline routing with route blinding in a way, or vice versa. So I would really just like to have like the most amount of like privacy options for users on Lightning. But like again, I do agree with everyone here that probably route blinding You know, I haven't looked at it deeply enough to like see any like connotations with it. So like I think in general, I think you know it's pretty well supported as far as like we should probably do route blinding.
Yeah, it's really just the nitty gritty, getting into the details and finishing the spec off and more experimentation, yeah.
Well, all right, I've been trying to keep my mouth sipped a little more than my panel the first day, but just trampoline routing. I kind of have an issue at a high level with just like the idea of outsourcing the route construction to a third party, because you know, in theory, you can just kind of nest different trampoline nodes together and then have like the first one, you know, just get the route from you and then go on to the next one and the next one. And like any onion routed system, you don't know like if this is the final destination I'm routing to or another trampoline node. But in practice, you know, a node doing trampoline routing and route selection is probably going to be very publicly visible and known.
Oh yeah.
And you still have information like the time step for the refund path in an HTLC to look at with a maximum length that can have. And like all the little metadata that kind of piles up where it's like, well, in theory, like you can just link the different trampoline nodes together and they don't know like what the final destination is. But in practice, you know, there's probably going to be some things you can suss out, like the length of the route. Obviously, you know, if let's say Blockstream had a trampoline node and I go there first, but then route to Asyncs, well, like Blockstream's node is going to see, oh, that's Asyncs node. Like that's just another trampoline hop. So, I mean, is maybe pitching that as a privacy solution kind of a misnomer? Is that not more of just a scaling solution for light wallets?
Yeah, I think that might. So I haven't looked at it closely. I would probably need to go back, but I think that intuition is probably pretty good. So basically the idea with the trampoline route is that you can, if you're using a trampoline route, you don't have to understand how to get to every node on the network. So it saves you a lot of data as a node because you can offload the path routing, the path finding like responsibility to someone else on the network. I think it's for a fee. I think you get paid if you do like, I think there's like some like little like earn some money by doing a trampoline route thing in there. So you get like an extra fee for constructing a route for someone, a partial route, I should say. So then the idea is that if you have like a mobile phone and a wallet and you wanted to send a payment from there, you only need to know how to construct a route to get to a trampoline node, and then you can get your payment sent from there. Like, and then the trampoline node will figure out how to send it to anyone else on the network. Yeah, I don't know. So like, I think like all of these things, like these are like routing level stuff, right? And so I think it's kind of interesting to talk like, okay, what sort of data are you leaking in like when you're routing a payment, right? So we talked like a little bit earlier, like when you have an invoice is basically like the part of figuring out who to pay and how much to pay them and for what, right? So it's like invoice level. And then there's like, okay, once you have the invoice, you use the invoice to like figure out the route you're gonna take with your payment. And then once you've like figured out this whole route finding thing, right? Maybe you're using trampoline and someone else is finding out the route for you. What data is in a route, you know, this route finding thing? It's gonna be the amount of money that you're sending. It's gonna, oh, great, thank you. It's gonna be the amount of money that you're sending, right? So someone will know like how much money you're sending, and then depending on where they are in your route, maybe who you're sending it to. Hello? Okay, I think it's still on. Great. So yeah, so there's kind of like that, like the level of information that you got kind of is different, sort of depending on where in the payment process, et cetera, that you find yourselves, right? One thing that's kind of interesting is talking to Matt Corallo, who works on Spiral. They do LDK stuff right before this. Is one of the current kind of issues with these payments. So when you send a payment across the network, usually they're wrapped up in things called onions, right? And so you do onion routing, which means that when you get a payment, you can see who sent it to you, and you can see where it's headed. But you, as a person in the middle of this route, have no idea
where it came from before it got to you and where it's going after the next hop, right? So we already have that level of like privacy in Lightning that already exists.
Yep.
We're talking about like sort of like different levels of like ways that you can make those onions, and how do you make sure that maybe you don't know exactly who the last person is when you're constructing the onion. That's what blinded paths do. That's what trampoline does in some sense, I think. Yeah, anyway, so like one of the things with like this routing data then is like you want to be able to hide how far you've gone from the start point and how far you are from the finish. But there's kind of a tension here between that and like this other parameter that we send in these packets called the CTLV lock, right? Lock time. So that you can kind of use, I think like you can do, I think there are researchers that have done basically analysis on like the CLTV lock. It kind of tells you how far you are in that path. So like if someone knows how many hops away you are, they can kind of look back and maybe figure out where you came from and where it's going, et cetera. So that's kind of like, okay, how do you, that's like, those kinds of questions are like, okay, how do you de-anonymize or like figure out where a payment's going given that you didn't see the invoice, et cetera. If you have the invoice, like I said, you usually know exactly where it's going. We're trying to fix this with the Bolt 12 stuff. Bolt 12s use blinded paths, so you'll be able to, as a receiver, not tell people that you're the node being paid. You can instead provide a little bit of a route of how to get to you, and so you send that with the request to be paid. The person who gets the request to be paid will pay to the beginning of this path that you've constructed, so they don't see where it goes after it gets to that like start point, basically. But that's all like payment level stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, and then along the same lines, with analyzing the time lock, you can even like analyze the timing too. So like if like a payment normally takes like a certain amount per hop, and you can even like analyze how long each hops have certain network latency. You can even like try to like attempt to like figure out where in the network a node may have been sending from. There's been some research on that level, but on the flip side, there's been a lot of research, or at least like one paper, into how we can actually construct routes at the sender level to kind of take paths that are not the traditional path. That way, if I'm always going through a couple of different nodes, maybe they can analyze that. Oh, well, it's probably coming from this location over here. They may not know exactly who's making the payment, but they can kind of make some educated guesses. But what's cool is that you can actually like construct you construct the payment yourself, and maybe that kind of goes along the lines of like, maybe we shouldn't just like hand it off to trampolines to construct the routes ourselves. But if individuals are able to do these like non-traditional, routing algorithms, pathing algorithms, then we can actually like try to attempt to get better privacy and better heuristics there.
And so I think core Lightning by default will choose a more random path than just like the cheapest or most direct route. I think we use like a fee budget, so we give you a budget to try and get to there, and so that way trying to like kind of use not necessarily the most obvious way to make your payment happen, which is cool.
Well, I mean, that's just like a massive issue that I think is really, are we going to be able to solve that one? Because like what that really boils down to is like timing analysis. And I mean, if you zoom out and say the NSA gets really interested in what's happening on the Lightning Network, well, they can just watch everybody's nodes and that string of packets, that's exactly the size that proposing an HTLC message is. Oh, and then something zipped back the other way? Oh, okay, did that confirm or refund? And just watch the packets and go, well, the whole protocol is spec'd out. Like you know exactly like what the size of adding an HTLC is, removing it, like a pre-image flowing back through the route. And okay, like oopsies. Like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a major problem. So, a nation-state actor with that God-level view of the network and ascertain like some serious information. And there's been some ideas as to how to throw some extra noise into the network to sort of obfuscate what's actually happening. But that all comes with additional cost, right? It's already tricky to run a node, it's processing a lot of packets, you're moving a lot of sats around too, especially. And we need to acknowledge that with these ideas that are being proposed, it's going to increase the cost of node operation.
Mm-hmm. And well, I guess, not to put you on the spot, Anthony, but I hear you have a little project going on in regards to testing the privacy and effect of unannounced channels.
Yeah, so about a year ago, I wrote a paper on Lightning privacy, and as I was, just documenting what I knew about it, I learned quite a lot doing that. And one of the things is like we call private channels private, but they're really not. They're more along the lines of unannounced channels. So whenever I'm a node and I have, let's say I have all private channels, if I want to receive down them, I create an invoice and I give that invoice to other people to pay me. I basically have to like dox my unannounced channel. So with that unannounced channel, they can see the UTXO, the unspent transaction output that went into that channel. And then from there, you kind of have the leakage of all the things from that can be leaked on Bitcoin privacy, like on chain. Some of that follows kind of flows into the Lightning Network as an inherent problem for privacy as well. So one of the things you can actually do is probing on the Lightning Network is actually I consider it kind of a big problem in the space. I don't like that probing happens. I don't like that it kind of is allows that, but probing is basically sending a whole bunch of fake information and finding information that is not like traditionally public. So it could be balances. In my case, what I'm trying to do right now, and I did a hackathon with Paul Miller in Austin a few weeks ago, where we're kind of proving this out with the LDK toolkit. You can actually probe for private channels to see if they exist between two nodes. If me and Evan here have a private channel, sorry, I keep saying
to tell
private.
them about that.
Yeah. If we have an unannounced channel together and say it's like for like 10 Bitcoin because like we're really rich people, so let's say it's like for a huge amount. It's all on his side. He opened up the channel. I'm doxing you, bro.
So bad.
You can actually, if I'm connected to the general Lightning graph, you can actually try to probe through my channel and like try to attempt to guess the UTXO that is between us. And if you're able to guess the UTXO between us, there's a different error message that it gets like sent backwards. So you kind of get into a situation where like once it proves it out, once you actually probe all the way through, like you create this fake payment in a way where like Evan basically has to come back. His node will come back and say, give it an error message like, I can't redeem this fake payment that you made. So, but the fact that he is the one that gave that error message, like proves out that there is this unannounced channel between us, and from there the amount, the UTXO, the addresses it's associated with, and like all of that is like possible today. And me and Paul finally like took the time to actually like create a proof of concept of doing that, and I'm hoping to run that over the next couple of months and release what my findings there, because it's like we love Lightning, right? I think a lot of us here really love some of this stuff, and it's like if this is possible, I want it to be like revealed. Like if I can do this, multi-billion-dollar firms can do this, triple letter agencies can do this. So I would rather us do this and find this information out and try to make the Lightning Network better.
Yeah, I mean, there's no security in this security theater. But yeah, I mean, if it breaks, let's break it now while things can still be fixed instead of 5 years from now when who knows how many countries are trying to plug into Lightning and use that as payment rails.
Yeah,
but kind of a related but little hard shift here. Who wants to talk about the gossip protocol and routing tables and figure out why we still explicitly dox the UTXO associated with a public channel so that the whole world can just follow where those coins go after channels close?
So this is like, so I would call this like a different level of privacy, right? So what we've been talking about beforehand is like payment level privacy. Like I want to make a transaction on Lightning. And so we've been talking about some of the like pros and cons of sending invoices to people and then sending payments, et cetera. This is kind of, so this level of privacy that we're talking about is like the gossip network, and UTXO level is more like what kind of, so the information that you are leaking or finding out, the privacy here is which UTXOs or like outputs in Bitcoin belong to which nodes, right? So it's tying on-chain outputs and balances to like, so basically the account balance of any one Lightning node. How easy is that to figure out? What kind of implications does that have? So I think it's kind of interesting actually that like this information is like completely separated to a large extent from your transaction data, right? So that's a big contrast from transacting online on-chain. When you make payments using on-chain Bitcoin, that becomes public record for everyone, whereas when you're transacting on Lightning, it's ephemeral. People kind of have to be watching for your stuff to go through, or like constantly monitoring balances, et cetera, to even see the payments moving, et cetera. Anyways, this like gossip stuff. The way that Lightning works is these are for announced or public channels, right? Unannounced channels kind of escape this. When you make a Lightning channel, you're creating an on-chain transaction that creates a UTXO output. That UTXO output contains the balance of the channel. So there's two parties in a Lightning channel. Who owns what amount of that total balance is like kind of an open question. That's what you might use the probing stuff that we were talking about earlier to figure out. But the on-chain transaction, like typically, if you're using the version 1 of like channel opens, usually that balance is all on one side to start with, generically speaking. Anyways, okay, so you have these UTXOs. It would be all great and good if you didn't have to tell it. You could open a channel and you don't tell anyone that you made a UTXO on main chain. That's what an unannounced channel is, but it makes it really hard for people to use that channel to do routes for payments if you don't tell them about it. So if you were trying to start up a Lightning node and earn money routing payment traffic from your node to someone else's, you would need to publicly announce them. The way that you publicly announce them is via something called the gossip network. Or is it gossip network? Do we call it the gossip network?
Well, we don't want to conflate people with it being with Lightning Network, but yeah, it's definitely a distinct part of the system for sure.
Yeah, so there's this like gossip thing where basically you make a message and you say, hey, this is me, this is my channel buddy, here's our pub keys that we put into this like on-chain transaction somewhere, here's where you can find it on-chain, go verify it before you use this as a route. So this is what we're talking about routing table. The routing table is basically a list of all of these on-chain transactions and the current balance, like the total balance of the channel, right? And who is party to that, right? So if you have all these balances and all these like node connections, you can build like a connected graph with like balances, and then if you want to send a payment, you can look at this graph of data and figure out how to get from like Tony's node to that guy's node, and like, you know, go through the graph that way. But the downside to that is that you're telling people where your on-chain transactions are, and you're associating them with your node ID. And this is public data that everyone running a Lightning node is hopefully getting. So if you're an organization like Chainalysis or some other such organization that has a large body of output data, like on-chain data, and they've been working really hard to tie identities to those on-chain payments. Now, if they already know kind of what some of your transaction history had been, and then you tie it, you put it on a Lightning node, and then you use that to open a channel, all of a sudden, someone who's like managed to figure out your identity in another arena now knows which Lightning node is yours and which channel, like what your balances are on the network. So that's like a little kind of, I think, farther out. Anyway, so gossip is like really bad for on-chain privacy, especially if you're trying to route.
Yeah, and Rusty, your coworker, actually has a new proposal to kind of fix that, where instead of explicitly doxing the channel UTXO and associating it to a specific channel, a node can just take one UTXO and prove, like, I'm a node, I have real Bitcoin, and then not have to specifically connect it to their channels, so that, you know, opening and closing, that's not leaked. They just have their one little bit of Bitcoin to prove, like, I actually have money to route, but I'm not going to tell you the UTXOs to my actual channels.
Yeah. And this so this is the kind of thing, so like that, I think Rusty's proposal is the sort of thing that we would also need to adopt before you get any privacy improvements for Taproot, right? Because, for those of you who aren't familiar with Taproot, it basically makes it such that a Lightning channel goes from having a very specific on-chain footprint to being like a single signature and looking like kind of any other like output on-chain. But without changing the way that our gossip and our route table building stuff works, it's going to be very difficult to stop publishing that information anyways. But so Rusty's proposal though, then like the other consequence of this is you use gossip. The reason you do the gossip stuff, right, is so that you can build the route to send the payment. If we move away from publishing exactly how much money exists between two parties, how are you supposed to figure out where you can send payments or where there's like capacity to send your payments?
Yeah, route finding becomes very difficult.
Well, I think that like Rusty's proposal has a pretty elegant solution. Is just have like an amount for the UTXO you're tying to your node, and then some multiple of that is how much you're allowed to advertise in terms of like channels. It's like you have like 1 Bitcoin locked up, maybe you can advertise like 10 Bitcoin as channels.
That sounds like fractional reserve Lightning to me. I don't want that.
No, but I mean, seriously, I think that is an elegant solution, because the reality of why you dox these UTXOs in the first place is literally just to prove like you actually have control of Bitcoin, so that my wallet isn't spinning the wheel all day trying to route payments through people who don't actually have channels that, there's no way to route a payment through. And I think that this would work. And people concerned about denial of service or just like the multiple being way overblown, well, just set it up as a curve. Like maybe you toss 0.1 Bitcoin on there, okay, maybe you can only advertise 0.2. But if you get up to throwing a whole Bitcoin on there, maybe, 5. Like just adjust that curve to kind of prevent like being able to just pretend you have 1,000 Bitcoin when you just have 1.
So what tier you are in the federal banking system depends on like how much capital you have on chain.
I mean, it sounds like it'll trend towards centralization almost at that point, where we have major hubs and we're not really like locking up at the other layers. So I don't know. Yeah, it is a potential solution. I think like so we're talking about like how to do this for like public channels, but I think there is like one thing to maybe explain here is that there is some work right now on actually untying the unannounced channels from the UTXO right now. So there's a short channel ID aliases that is being worked on by a few different teams, I believe, where you can actually like between me and my channel partner, we come up with this scheme where we make a fake alias for our channel ID that is not directly derived from the UTXO information. And then if we do that, then we are the ones that are aware of this. So I share an invoice with my routing hints in there. It gets to Evan, and then from there, Evan knows this like fake channel ID between us, so he just goes ahead and sends it to me. And then from there, it becomes exponentially harder, or like almost impossible to guess that short channel ID. And even if you guessed the fact that me and Evan had a channel together, you wouldn't necessarily, or you wouldn't even be able to get the UTXO amount or the other information associated with UTXO. So I think there's some great privacy improvements for short channel alias IDs that I'm excited about.
But I mean, like the public channel still needs to be addressed. Like, one of the, I think, key points in that massive privacy article you wrote is if you have a private channel, well, you're receiving money through it. So whoever you open that channel with probably has a bunch of public channels, and eventually that's going to close. So if that private channel closes and they still have a balance on their side and that winds up later in a public channel, you can very easily deduce, okay, that last transaction was a private channel closing, and now your UTXO with that balance can be followed on chain. It's okay, this is probably involved in Lightning.
Yeah, exactly. And then on that note, if there is, it even works both ways. If that private channel, like, you know, it gets closed and there's some on one end, some on the other, and they both open a public channel with other nodes, you even can tell the exact channel between the two nodes that there was probably a private channel between. So like, yeah, there's all kinds of on-chain analytics, and you know, that's one of the things I want to eventually do with this project I'm working on right now, where like I actually try to analyze all the possible UTXOs that may be associated with a node and start at that point instead of just brute forcing through every pay-to-public script hash on the network. So yeah, there's a lot of like weird on-chain analytics that you can kind of link back to a specific node, and that's one of them.
Will Taproot help with that?
I think Taproot. I think there will still be that UTXO that could end up in public channels, and then if Taproot can't help with the public channel aspect of it, then that's still vulnerability. I think one of the things I'm excited about with Taproot and privacy that I think we can start slowly incrementing towards is the ability to right now I can look at all the pay to public script. Am I saying that correct? I always screw up the initials there.
Well, it's probably
pay to witness script hash. Yeah, I can look at all the pay to witness script hashes and try to like use that as my baseline for brute forcing all these unannounced channels. But if everyone starts moving towards Taproot and everything looks like a normal spend, even like channel openings and cooperative channel closings, then it makes it a lot harder to. It's a bigger set that I have to brute force, or anyone has to brute force if we start like in general, and if the Bitcoin space starts adopting Taproot even more.
Yeah, it's going to be a great step in the right direction to get Taproot channels. I feel like we'll get them this year. Obviously, it doesn't solve everything, but it's a nice foundation to work off of for sure.
Yeah. Any wild card topics in the last 2 minutes?
I just want to make like kind of a public service announcement that if you are paying an invoice with Lightning and you're using a centralized service that's not your node, you are leaking your payment data. So none of the stuff that we talked about like timing analysis or like looking at payment traffic flow or probing is going to matter, because you've just told someone who you're paying and how much and why. So like, one thing, this is why we're really excited on Core Lightning about Bolt 12, is that it makes it possible to hide a lot of that information and still have someone else make a payment on your behalf.
You know, that is actually a really good point. When you're using the Lightning Network yourself, like your own node, your own channels, there's that asymmetry where the sender is extremely private. Like that whole dynamic is very private and receiving is not. And when you're dealing with a custodial wallet, it's almost the inverse. Like you're leaking everything about who you're paying to that custodian, but when you hand out an invoice, all anybody can tell is they're using this wallet.
Yeah, and to even further expand on that, like I could have my own node, not using any custodial services or anything, and if I like put in my invoice like this is for drugs, and I give that to a Strike user, Strike can associate my public key with drugs, and that could put me on a blacklist of some extent. So like even if I give an invoice, I don't know how they're going to pay me. So like they may pay with their node, or they pay with Strike, but if they paid with Strike or another custodian, then now they link me to drugs, and that's no bueno.
So yeah, I guess last note, don't use custodial wallets that take your personal identifying information and buy drugs on the internet. But we're out of time. So thanks everybody for doing this. This was a blast. Cheers.
Some friends in the audience.
Okay, cool. Is this thing on? Okay, great. So Sidechains, tremendous potential for this panel. I don't know, it could be the best, most important talk in the whole conference. Will we live up to that potential? I don't know, but we're going to give it a try. So first, before anything happens at all, I'm going to go on a little spiel here. So what is a sidechain? The idea is no altcoin needed ever. It doesn't matter the excuse or the use case or how fringe or whatever it is. No altcoin. So you can have a different chain. You can go multi-chain. You can hard fork the rules. You can go proof of stake. You can do merge mining, whatever. But there's no altcoin. There's just 21 million coins, 21 million BTC that travel among the chains. That is like the sidechains concept. And all kinds of other concepts have hovered around it for years, but that is the sidechain concept. So I did want to hasten to add one thing, though, which is that you can have other things on the blockchain, like stocks, bonds, NFTs, whatever. And sometimes people use that for collateral or to do other complicated things. But the point is there's no altcoin like as money, as like a rival investment or a rival network. It's all on Bitcoin. So that's the concept. You guys want to comment on, what is a sidechains, et cetera?
Oh yeah, let me first of all let me introduce myself first. Right, my name is Burak. I'm a Bitcoiner, a Bitcoin dev, and a BitMatrix founder, which is a covenant-based automated market maker on Liquid. So to give some color on sidechains, right, and Liquid overall, a sidechain is by definition a separate blockchain with no shitcoin, right? Bitcoin is the underlying asset. This is really cool because you can experiment with new things like confidential transactions and some advanced scripting primitives without introducing a new market, a new asset class, for obvious reasons. That pretty much sums up.
I think, yeah, it's interesting because, well, the original paper for a sidechain was issued at the end of 2014 by Blockstream, no? That was the original idea. And the concept is like the native asset of the secondary chain is Bitcoin. So that is it, because there are other assets issued. Now Lightning is doing, Liquid has been doing it, Rootstock is doing it. So you can have other assets, but the importance is what is the native asset, the asset that is used to pay, for the fees of the network. So that creates a level of alignment between the secondary network and the Bitcoin network that is, very unique. Because, in decentralized economies, like economic alignment is key. Is what makes you an adversary or makes you like, a collaborator. And I think that's the concept of why the concept of a sidechain is so important, because it's about extending Bitcoin, but avoiding creating adversary networks to Bitcoin, creating full alignment in the economic level with Bitcoin.
Yes, everyone in the same group and everyone on the same team, but also freedom to develop your own software. So do you want to comment on sidechains now?
Well, it's kind of funny because like the idea of like sidechains and L2s and these terms we've come up with have become kind of blurred over the years. Like things have expanded in terms of what can and cannot happen. So to me, it becomes more complicated to kind of put these things in boxes. But in my view, like anything is a sidechain that contributes significant value to the underlying asset or underlying chain. That's how I view it.
Okay, great. I have a proposal. So I guess, so you're sort of, this guy right here is Burak is the representative of sort of the Liquid network, kind of. Does that,
Yeah, I'm
roughly speaking. He's the Liquid shill, I guess. And then we have RSK. And then we have a Thorchain over here. And then I have a proposal for Bitcoin, BIP 300, to bring sidechains to Bitcoin on layer 1. So you can look that up, BIP 300, or you can go to drivechain.info. Separately, I wrote a sidechain, what was supposed to be a sidechain for Bitcoin, but this was before sidechains even existed, called Truthcoin, which is a peer-to-peer Oracle thing. So that's kind of what I'm particularly interested in. But so now we're going to have to talk about the difference between all of these different things, because there's a big spectrum of what is called a sidechain now. From my point of view, this is a little like the whole, what happened to the word blockchain, where a bunch of people started to like change it around. And so I really feel like I have the oldest and most pure original definition, but then we have some others. So now Liquid is basically a multi-sig output on Bitcoin with none of the sidechain logic necessarily. Well, there's nothing, I guess maybe you would agree or disagree, but there's really nothing that separates the 11 to 15 multi-sig for Liquid from one that I could just make an 11 to 15 multi-sig, tomorrow. I could generate 15 keys and make one, and then there's no There's no real fundamental difference, or maybe you would disagree, I don't know.
I think from an on-chain standpoint, yeah, Bitcoin funds, yeah, living in on-chain in 11 out of 15, yeah.
Yes, and then I'll say BIP300, basically what it does is like 4 times per year, it tries to get 32 bytes from the external world, so like from the sidechain or altcoin world, and those 32 bytes are, speaking very generally, the TX idea of a withdrawal transaction. So getting the money over is very easy. Getting the money moving up from layer 1 to layer 2 into the sidechain is very easy, but having it come back is only 4 times a year, very rare, one transaction, where many people can ride along in that transaction, but this is like the one kind of connecting tissue. And then that's not supposed to be any inconvenience to the user because they can swap the assets using some kind of HTLC or using an exchange or something like that. So then we have, let's go to RSK. I mean, you guys have used a hybrid model in the past. You guys want to maybe use BIP300 someday, and then Sergio has his sort of alternate proposal that's very similar.
Very
Do you
similar.
want to talk about that, or?
Yes, I think the hybrid, because also in the implementation details of this multi-sig that you are creating, there are a lot of important things. Because one thing is like if the pegnatories or the people signing the transactions to get back from the sidechain into Bitcoin have access to the keys, to the private keys. It's very different if they don't have access and they are only providing like the machine and the connectivity to the network. And I think both Liquid and Rootstock in that sense choose to have HSMs, to have hardware security modules. So the pegnatories cannot have access to the security keys directly. So they can only unplug the keys, but they cannot really steal the funds. So that limits their action a lot. So that's one thing that is important. But again, I think this is just a temporary system that we have because we don't have something like drive chain in place where if you really want to have a trustless or trust minimized interaction between two blockchains, you need to have a way for one blockchain to understand the SPV, the simple payment verifications of the other blockchain. And in the case, for example, of Rootstock, Rootstock can understand the SPVs from Bitcoin, so it can recreate the Bitcoins on Rootstock based on a Bitcoin transaction coming into the pool of resources for the sidechain. But on the other way, Bitcoin cannot understand a transaction from Rootstock. And this is a little bit of what we are trying to sort out with DriveChain. Is that how we make Bitcoin understand the sidechain to make actions based on something that happened on another blockchain. Once you have that, you don't need any, these pegnatories or signatories. You can really do blockchain to blockchain, much like Sergio back in 2012 proposed with the P2Pool protocol. And I think, it's, that we are in a process. Bitcoin is hard to change, and it's good that it's like that. but I think eventually we will get there.
So it'll take like between 4 and 5 million years.
Yeah.
And but so maybe I should have made this clear. It's for anyone who doesn't know. Rootstock is like Ethereum on Bitcoin or whatever. Did anyone bother to mention that? It's kind of important, but we didn't mention it, I think. So this is like anyone who wants to try out, anything in the EVM, anything that Ethereum does. You just do it on Bitcoin. No need for, ETH.
And they are doing it already. It's like we have all the DeFi protocols running on Rootstock, NFTs, everything secured by the Bitcoin miners. That's another thing that I didn't mention, but Rootstock adds another thing, that Rootstock is secured by the Bitcoin miners, the network, not the peg of the sidechain, but the network is run by the Bitcoin miners. So 50% of the Bitcoin miners of the world are protecting Rootstock now. And so you have smart contracts with EVM compatible smart contracts, but secured by the Bitcoin miners, paid with Bitcoin. So that's another element, is like Rootstock in that sense as a sidechain is not only using Bitcoin as an asset, using Bitcoin as a time stamping system to settle the state of the network, but also contributing to the Bitcoin securities. It's like the most synergetic sidechain you have in that sense, because we are also,
Yeah, I've got maybe hard for that, so I was going to get to that later, but now it's like out of order.
Maybe, Right. Yeah. Maybe compared to two sidechains, right? By the way, from the sidechain definition, right, it's a blockchain with no shitcoin, and by that definition, we have only two sidechains, to my knowledge, and that is Liquid and RSK. I don't know any third option, to my knowledge. So things like Thorchain and Stacks and DeFi chain, all this crap, these are not sidechains, right? These are by that definition, these are just centrally heavily pre-mined Ponzi schemes coined by the insiders.
If I may, if that's okay. So I think fundamentally, you might call Thorchain shit, as you just did.
Yes.
But fundamentally, what Thorchain is doing is actually changing the fundamentals of Bitcoin itself. You cannot have Bitcoin be successful, but ask Uncle Brian Armstrong whether or not you can get in and out. You need a decentralized exchange to do that, and you cannot use a multi-sig to do it because you're going to require up to 15 or 20 people to be part of that process. You have to use threshold signatures, because you can have more or less as many as you want, and in Thorchain's case, up to 250 theoretically, in order to properly decentralize a mechanism to get in and out of Bitcoin. Now, if you have a mechanism to move in and out of Bitcoin in a decentralized way without using KYC or anybody giving you permission to do so or you being censored, to not just Bitcoin, to other really important networks like Monero, for example, that is a game-changing concept. So to call it a shitcoin, a bit weak.
I want to.
Okay. Well, first of all, did we?
Something like, because I don't see Thorchain as a sidechain. It's more like it's a glue
I don't think we
between
really
blockchains, no? In a way. It's like,
Thorchain, as I understand it, is this is sort of a helpful way of swapping different assets.
Yeah, Thorchain is building a DeFi network that is agnostic to chain. And it treats every chain available to the really important DeFi protocols of the AMMs, lending, interest accounts, all sorts of things we have planned as a project. And to me, that fundamentally changes DeFi in itself, because every system today just kind of appeals to a particular ecosystem, which kind of sucks fundamentally. The idea that the Ethereum network produces DeFi protocols and treats Bitcoin as a second-class citizen because you have to take on additional risks by using wrapped assets and take additional, that's fucking stupid. We should be able to have DeFi available to everybody in the industry. I don't fucking care if it's Bitcoin. I don't care if it's Doge. I don't care what it is. Giving people the freedom of choice to choose what they want to earn yield on or get in and out of, that's what freedom's all about. That's what Bitcoin is fighting for, freedom, not specifically just one thing.
That's true, but certainly, well, as a sidechain proponent, obviously choice, I agree with you. Choice it's not only the best way of doing things, it's also like a kind of a moral issue where, if someone is allowed to sell their Bitcoin for stuff or sell it for US dollars or swap it, they should be able to spend it to a weird script or whatever. But I have some questions. I wrote down some Thorchain questions. So first of all, there's an altcoin.
Clarify on that a bit, Thorchain. So, I mean, these are the claims, right? The idea of Thorchain is to have like a separate network that where you can, swap cross-chain assets in a cross-chain interoperable way, right, supposedly. But the way it works is really, when you look at the Bitcoin, like the Bitcoin lives on Thorchain is on a multisig, right? And that lives on a multisig, right?
No.
Where do Bitcoin funds live in then?
It uses a threshold signature. That's very different than a multi-sig.
Yeah, it's a threshold signature. And the signatories, part of that setup, are randomly picked by a subset of Thorchain validators, right? Mm-hmm. And I think you have around 100 more or less validators right now.
Yeah, but over 100.
And in order to become a validator, you have to, you have to sort of log in or like 2x rune, 2x value, 2x more collateral than the actual asset, as far as I know. And
you believe in economic security over trusted security?
Yeah, so you have a security exception here, a serious security exception. So it is a threshold scheme, right? Bitcoin funds live on-chain on a threshold scheme, and the majority signatories can steal from that if incentives are misaligned, right? And the security assumption of Thorchain heavily relies on the tokenomics of Thorchain.
It relies on the economics in the sense of people are self-interested and they don't want to burn a bunch of money.
That is fundamentally flawed because because it relies on the tokenomics, the economics of Thorchain to run the shitcoin. But not only that, it doesn't also scale because you have to collateralize Bitcoin 2 times, right? With another asset. Imagine Bitcoin being the global reserve currency at some point, right? And which will hopefully happen. But in that case, you cannot really collateralize Bitcoin with another asset that is with a superior asset.
That is not collateralizing Bitcoin.
Oh, it's more of an insurance spot, no? It's like
It's ensuring that from a monetary perspective, anybody who's a part of the network is always incentivized to do the right thing, because if they don't, they will lose far more than they actually hold.
Yeah, you're posting as bonds, right? That is similar to collateral.
So, but there's a previous question in my view, because I don't think Torchain is not posing itself as a Bitcoin sidechain. No, it's more of as you say, no, it's a DeFi platform, inter-blockchain.
Right, we don't label it as a sidechain on our website or any of these kinds of things.
I think because at the end it's about like the intellectual honesty. If, like, as long as you don't pose yourself as a Bitcoin sidechain, because most of your concerns are about like creating a proper Bitcoin sidechain. And I agree, if you only timestamp the state of your network on the Bitcoin blockchain, then that's not necessarily a sidechain if the native currency of the sidechain is not Bitcoin, no? So I agree with that, but that's not actually how Torchain is positioned themselves. So it's more about an interoperability system.
To address your concern, right? In most cases and scenarios where people kind of hold Bitcoin in one form or another, in almost all cases it requires trust of a few people running a multi-sig somewhere in the world.
Yeah,
I would much rather trust economics and mathematics over the altruism of a few individuals.
Of course, pretty much anything relies trust. I mean, Liquid does not claim to be decentralized. It is federated. It is what it is, and it's honest, right?
Okay, but wouldn't it be better if it was?
Well,
don't we want to have decentralization?
Of course.
Isn't that like a key thing that like Satoshi put forth?
But it's a process, because Bitcoin had one Bitcoin miner and one developer when Satoshi.
You're absolutely right.
So we need to stop thinking on decentralization as a Boolean thing. It's like it's decentralized or not decentralized. Actually, decentralization is a process, and I think the important thing is that we keep decentralizing things and hardening things so they can become a public good and they are there for the service of humanity. So it's not about saying this is decentralized or this is decentralized.
So Rootstock and Liquid are the only sidechain that exists today because they took a kind of what you may call
the purist approach.
Shortcut, but it was very smart because they were able to actually do something where they have this multi-sig output that is supposedly controlled by a federation, and supposedly there are hardware security modules, but there's no real way of anyone knowing whether or not there are. Thorchain is not really, as I understand it, there's no way to, when you run Thorchain, you have to run a node of every subsidiary, of every altcoin, and Bitcoin, and probably have to do all these things. I think that the way sidechains really should work is sort of the opposite, where you should your full node should be ignoring everything else as much as possible. That is what makes it so nothing on those other networks can become your problem. So I don't know if you have a comment on that, but we have one distinction we can draw is that in BIP300, in Liquid and in Rootstock right now, we have this situation where there's an 11 of 15 kind of committee that controls where the Bitcoin go. And in BIP300, it would be basically the miners or the mining process. And in Thorchain, there's this sort of competitive struggle where you stake Rune and then you get you get locked into so that's one difference along this spectrum that I guess we can.
But we were discussing something before getting in, Paul, that it's like that model is suitable because of the time, because they are transferring value on a certain period of time. So the backing collateral is mostly an insurance spot. So basically, once the transaction is settled, they can replenish the insurance spot. So that's good for managing flows. But in the case of Liquid and Rootstock, you are managing in stock because you are actually locking large amounts of Bitcoin for long periods of time. So the same model cannot be applied. So
you're doing that on Thorchain too, though.
No, but imagine if you have 3,000 on a validator. I mean, you have to spread it among multiple validators. But again, from a working capital efficiency, which was your point there, is it's very inefficient, but you would end up having double the working capital. It's like you need to have insurance for, if you want to have 3,000 Bitcoins, you need to have insurance for 3,000 Bitcoins in your model.
Right.
So it works very well when you are like swapping assets and having flows, but not when you want to custody or lock value as you do on a sidechain.
But people do.
I mean,
okay, let's move on to something else, which is that
they can do it.
Sometimes I ask as a kind of joke, like, who are the 15 liquid key holders? Because they kind of keep it a secret. I think I know who they are, but they don't. Do you think that's like an unfair question, or kind of how is the key ceremony performed? As someone who's proposed something where there's a decentralized process involved, I sometimes think it's a little bit funny when liquid. I can certainly empathize with their desire to do something, get something working in the real world. But sometimes I think this is a fair question. Right now, you give the Bitcoin to these 15 people, and you just hope that they give it back to you, basically. And so the question is, who are these 15 people? And I ask that question sometimes on Twitter, but do you think that's...
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that could be maybe also an internal objection to Liquid, maybe, and maybe not. This is the way this is set up. But there is a saying, Liquid is a DynaFed and Ethereum is a static Fed. So we also don't know who, with the proof of stake transition 2.0, we also don't know who these validators are, or who are the initial 70% pre-mine holders are, essentially.
But it's really important, though, if you want to stop collusion of any kind, is that everybody who's holding part of the multi-sig in this case, that they don't know who each other are. Everybody has to be anon. No, there's nobody I don't know who runs the validators of Thorchain. I don't fucking want to know who runs the validators. And they don't know who's running the validators either. So even if they wanted to collude, they have no mechanism to do so. But in a multi-sig, commonly in a lot of designs and implementations, it's publicly known who they are, or if it's not publicly known, in your case, they know each other in most cases.
Well, the thing is, in order to be privileged to run a Thorchain validator node, you need to post as bonds, right? The token, and that is 100% pre-mined shitcoin, right?
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear the question.
Thorchain, the rune, the shitcoin of Thorchain, right? It's 100% pre-mined shitcoin, right?
It's 100% shitcoin?
It's pre-mined. It's pre-mined shitcoin. So you guys, the foundation.
I think I should go over there and slap his ass like Will Smith style, right? Do you think so? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So yeah, you guys, the foundation, whatever the team can easily run a validator node because you guys have the stake.
Right, but it's important for the security of the network that the nodes and the people who are running it are anonymous. If they're not, they can collude and steal the funds.
But
so
they
you can
can
go ahead and
easily
say
be
that rune's a shitcoin they want, but the network is fundamentally designed in a much more secure way than the way Liquid is.
But we don't know how is the distribution, the rune distribution is like.
But I don't know who the 15 validators of Liquid network are.
But it is centrally pre-mined. The foundation, the team can easily run these 100, all these 100 validator nodes because they have the stake.
Yeah,
so you're saying what?
That's the point.
There's no proof of work.
Because I don't know the names and addresses of everybody who holds the rune token, it's a security issue?
No, but I think the point is like, if you have enough resources, you can be you have a civil attack, you can run all the nodes yourself. That is like the economic,
I'll tell you this right now, the team does not run any nodes.
No.
Verified.
All right, let's go back to your point that you raised before, which is the security budget, merge mining, fees concept, which is that security budget is the total amount of money that we pay to miners, and we want that to go up because that is the cost of an endless 51% attack. And in sidechains, if they are merge mined, all of that money goes to the layer 1 miners, so that seems like an easy slam dunk win. But in Liquid, all the money, the transaction fees go to a wallet controlled by Blockstream, so but that's a disadvantage, I guess, of that particular.
Yeah, right now it's the way it's set up, but this might change, of course.
Yeah, it may change. They could put it in some kind of, what is it, op-true or something, where miners can just steal it, take it immediately. That would be kind of interesting.
Could be.
Yes. I don't remember exactly what RSK, RSK has been merge mining for a very long time. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
RSK started with 5% of the hashing power of Bitcoin, of the Bitcoin miners.
What was it, the percent?
January 2018.
Yeah.
So it's actually the first productive sidechain in the world was Rockstar.
Yes.
So, and was launched in January 2018 with 5% of the hashing power of Bitcoin. And since then, now we have between 40 and 60% of the hashing power of Bitcoin secured in Rootstock. And how it works is like 80% of the funds go to the miners, to the Bitcoin miners, and 20% goes to the other key actors. indeed the federation is one of them, software development is the other. So we have this model where the fees of the network go to fund the key elements of the network. And in that sense, when you think of a sidechain, you have what we were calling not sidechains, like they don't have Bitcoin as their native currency, but you have networks that timestamp on Bitcoin. That's one thing. So in a way, timestamping the state of the network, like stacks or the other ones. So that's timestamping. The following stage is like having Bitcoin as a native asset, like Liquid does, still not contributing to the network. And on the following stage is Rockstar, where it does the three things. It's like timestamping the state of the network, using Bitcoin as a native currency, and also contributing to the security of the Bitcoin network. And in that way, but I'm not saying anything is bad. It's just like, it's what it is, and I think all sidechains are good, because for me, extending Bitcoin is protecting an asset for humanity that is very important, that is having a neutral reserve of value asset that can remove most of the wars we have in the world. So it's like, the level of peace that Bitcoin can bring to humanity, deserves our devotion in terms of like creating value on top of Bitcoin, however we can. But then, of course, we have always our aspirations. But I agree with you; what you are contributing is very valuable as well. Then, time will tell if your model can be, civil attack or not, or your intentions. I think at the end, that's the only thing that matters. At the beginning, people was very suspicious of the Rockstar team as well. But now, 6 years after, I think people has a clear understanding that we keep going in the direction of decentralizing everything, like being true and honest to the Bitcoin ethos. So again, this is not only technology, this is a human thing as well.
I think you're raising a good point there, because I think we should encourage the general market to experiment, try new things, be creative, be innovative. And we shouldn't shit on people because they're doing it a different way than what you might do. And so I agree with that mentality.
We should encourage creativity, yes, but it's not necessarily the case that there's no neutral idea, right? Every idea you promote, you're demoting the rest. So that's not quite, you can't just be unlimited. You can't be open-minded to an unlimited extent. That's exactly the same as being closed-minded to an unlimited extent, in my opinion. But thanks for this. So let's move on to maybe ossifying Bitcoin and other things. We might maybe shrinking the layer 1 block size, or some of these crazy ideas that have been tossed around, where sidechains enable all this kind of freewheeling.
But let's put drive chain in and then ossify it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. Yes, that's my opinion. Because every change is a potential problem, and there's been controversial changes in the past, and there's been a lot of controversy. It's also
but
one thing that I wanted to mention,
great.
though, that on this exact point that you two were just talking about, it's very unlikely in Bitcoin. Everyone has to agree on what the protocol rules are, and this is very unlikely that this is going to. The controversy has just gotten worse and worse, and as the community grows, I just think it will not possibly get any better. So I think that we have to do something other than what we're currently doing, which is this kind of weird committee or something.
Yeah, we have to definitely do something. Yeah, I think we'll definitely get there, right? I think we'll definitely have some. Probably actually trustless SPV sidechains at some point. I think simplicity could help in this, given the the extensibility and expressivity. Maybe in 20 years from now, who knows? But I think we should definitely work on towards that.
I think ossification or crystallization of decentralized protocols is part of the process. It's like, the more decentralized a protocol it is, the tougher it is to change it, and that's part of the process. And you want that, because the more decentralized it is, the less prone to attacks or concerted efforts to manipulate the protocol can happen. So I think for me, ossification is a feature, not the bug. That's why I say, let's bring like drive chain or ways for Bitcoin to expand, and then let's freeze it in a vault forever. It's like, we want Bitcoin to be ossified, to be immutable as immutable as possible, but we want also because it's protecting, as I said, the more valuable asset for humanity today, that is Bitcoin, no? So we want that to happen.
It's the only kind of sustainable way to actually achieve the goal of ossification, I think.
Yes.
For those who don't know, ossification means like we just stop changing the protocol and we don't make any changes, arguably including like improvements. We just say like, it is what it is. it's like long division or something. We're not going to change it. And because every change is kind of a risk.
Yeah.
And so I think the only real way to actually do that, to achieve the ossification, is to make sure that there is some kind of safety valve or something for someone out there with a very good idea or a very fringe idea or some kind of experimental idea that might succeed but sort of probably won't. You need to have something where that can get into Bitcoin without it bothering everyone else, other people who may hate the idea and not want it running on their computer at all.
Yes, and also by creating these expansion channels or path for Bitcoin, also we can think that Bitcoin will be in the future the core infrastructure of the whole financial system of the world. So not only the reserve of value of the world, but also will enable the local currencies, everything to be issued and handled by the same security network in different chains that will expand the core, like the bottom layer, the Bitcoin layer on top. And then, nobody can question Bitcoin itself. It's like, there's all this discussion about energy. Okay, but if with 5% we can serve any human being, the financial needs of any human being in the world, that's nothing. Count me in. I want to put 5% of the energy of the world to the service of humanity.
Yes.
So the question shouldn't be how much energy Bitcoin gets, but how much value we get from that energy. And if we are really serving every human being in the world. And I think that's why we need to extend Bitcoin. Because otherwise, it's only store of value. It's only for the 20% of the population who can store value for 2-3 years. At least for now. Of course, if Bitcoin goes down in volatility and but hyper-Bitcoinization is not going to happen in the next decade or in 2 decades. So we need to, if we want to get to that hyper-Bitcoinization, we need to create the path forward and serve the whole humanity in between.
So one thing, it's kind of universally endorsed that Bitcoin should scale in layers. And the traditional financial system also scales in layers, where there's commercial banks, and there's the Fed, the US Fed, the European Central Bank, and then there's the Bank of International Settlements, still on a big tree. And so I just kind of wanted to throw out the idea that Sidechains is very fully consistent with this idea of scaling in layers. And I think it's actually the best realization of the idea, but I don't know if other people agree with that or not. I don't know. What do you think about that? Do you think that makes any sense?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
it might,
probably makes sense, yeah.
One note I had here that I wanted to just throw out, it's kind of an interesting thing, it's very different, but the idea of fun, of people having fun. I remember Bitcoin, when it was a smaller group, it was a little easier to have fun. Now everyone has to agree on all these things. I think that sidechains might restore kind of a sense of fun because people are free to do their own weird idea, and people don't have to agree in the Bitcoin development process that it's a good idea. And maybe you can have an idea that's just good, and you don't have to justify it or explain it to other people. You can just do it, right? And then you can just try and get customers. And I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on this. This is kind of a weird little note that I had to throw out there, this idea of sidechains and fun. Does this make any sense to you at all, or is this just crazy?
Yeah, I think, bringing some new stuff to Bitcoin is really hard. I think most people are taking the more conservative side on this. And I think we've seen some competing proposals so far on covenants and sidechains. I haven't had a chance to read up BIP 300, so it's really hard for me to, add some comment on this. But I think I remember back in Twitter in a space, the main objection was the majority hash rate can steal from drive chain, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the common objection, I remember. But hopefully we'll get there. Yeah, we'll hopefully get trusted sidechains. But in the meantime, let's experiment, with federated sidechains. Think of that as the testnet of Bitcoin. And you can build, smart contract primitives and with some, advanced scripting primitives. And whether it's liquid and RSK, you can, try to build things on Bitcoin, on layers on Bitcoin, yeah.
Yes, I do. To just defend BIP 300 for a second, it is true that the majority hash rate can steal all of the coins, but it takes them 3 months to do that, or 6 months. The best case scenario, it takes 3 months. So it's deliberately designed with that reality in mind. And in fact, there's very little, if 51% of the hash rate is against you, there's very little that they cannot steal from. So for example, they could steal from the Lightning Network by just censoring the Justice transaction. So I'm not saying that to spread any fear of the Lightning Network. I really just think the whole criterion of the 51%. When I designed it, I literally had in mind, like, if 51% are against you, then you're probably screwed no matter what. And so with that kind of open concept of them being able to pull any 32 bytes they would like out of the world, it's deliberately, the slow 3-month withdrawal is deliberately designed to address that thing. But I think it is fundamental. There's nothing you could do. Like if you had a sidechain based on ZK snarks, 51% of the hash rate could simply censor out all the ZK snark messages, and then you would never know anything. So I think it's a fundamental limitation that absolutely nothing can improve on. So I sort of took that as a kind of minimal assumption and tried to push it all the way through. But I think people should read, give BIP 300 a read, and decide what you think for yourself. Yes. So yes.
Regarding your question, I think sidechains are fun. It's like I mean, it's like we have in Roostok, like now, NFT marketplaces for art, for example, curated art instead of like just JPEGs, like real artists, like publishing their ownership rights in and certifying those on Roostok with the hashing power of Bitcoin, paying with Bitcoin for the art. So it's a lot of fun. It's like then you have DeFi, you have lending protocols being used in Latin America thanks to this. So that you have a P2P monetary system backed by Bitcoin running on Roostok. So you have a dollar backed by Bitcoin thanks to the sidechain, which I think is the best stable asset in the world, because it's basically you don't have to rely on a third party. It's called money on chain. It's the protocol. So. So yeah, and so you have all these things that are happening thanks to a sidechain and are being secured by the hashing power of Bitcoin and are being paid. All the transactions and operations are paid with Bitcoin. So, I mean, if that's not fun, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, for at least speaking personally, I mean, I had a lot of fun, thinking up, innovating, doing something completely novel. That for most people wrote it off as if it's not possible, including even like Eric Voorhees in the beginning. Now he's like one of the biggest advocates of the project. So the idea for me, at least for me personally, I love innovating. I love designing. I've been doing it for a very long period of time. And I like to challenge myself. I even spent 6 months working on a project that was mathematically impossible to work on just because it was so fun. And so I love this area of innovating in sidechains or blockchains or whatever, because there's so much to be done here. This industry is like a little infant baby that needs to be kind of matured. And I decided to devote myself to this idea. And so I have so much fun every day, other than the stress, of course. But so much fun every day, designing and building this network.
Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, in Liquid, with Taproot, we had a set of new additional opcodes bundled with Taproot like last year activated, so you can build around covenants and smart contracts already on Liquid. It's really fun.
Yeah, I worry that if we don't have sidechains, we'll have a lot of people show up. They'll be really excited. Then they'll try to get involved with Bitcoin core development or something, and they'll get really discouraged. And then, we see a big proliferation of, these, as you may have noticed, all these other altcoins, and everyone's doing an altcoin. I think it's partly just because it's so easy to do an altcoin. It's so difficult to do something in Bitcoin. So the idea is to sort of maybe address that problem. So now we're running low on time. Does everyone want to shill something and make a final point and tell people where to find you and things like that? How about we do that? We want to go back in reverse order, maybe?
I'll make myself available on the other side of these doors if anybody wants to ask questions or whatever, or go deeper into detail. I'm sure we don't have enough time here, which is perfectly fine. So I'll be on the other side of those doors. You're welcome to come up and ask me questions and drill me if you want to. But this world is just starting, and I'm so excited to be a part of it for sure.
Yes. I think you have to stay wild, stay curious. I think this is a brand new world. I disagree with him. It's not a baby, it's a toddler. So no, but it's like definitely it's in its infancy, and everything is there to be built, and we are like really starting to meet the real people. So of course, if you want to go to the Roostok stand here, the whole Roostok community is there, of people building on Roostok. And I'll be there, and my Twitter is Dieguito, like little Diego in Spanish. So I'm happy to talk to you as well if you're willing to.
Yeah, only small countries use Liquid.
What is it?
That's it.
Only small countries use
Yes.
liquid?
Use liquid because of
Yeah,
El
yeah.
Salvador, no?
Yeah, I think we'll be
Tokenization
seeing a
bond.
continuous a trend towards that. I think Samsung has been doing a great job. Bitcoin playing and liquid playing countries, and we'll be seeing interesting stuff happening on liquid, in terms of security tokens and all other stuff.
That's awesome. What's happening there is like almost surreal for all of us, like in El Salvador, like after so many years, like, yeah, pushing for Bitcoin and seeing it being used in real life. It's like almost magical. No? It's like I'm very happy that Liquid is helping on the bonds and the tokenization of assets for the government. That's great.
Cool. And so I'm Paul Sztorc. I've been researching sidechains for a very long time, so you can read about my proposal, BIP 300. You can read on my blog, truthcoin.info. I have many other sidechain designs and commentary, so that's it, I guess. So thank you very much.
Right.
So he's given an intro talk before us. I hope there's not too much overlap with our thing, but we'll see, I guess.
It's been a great conference so far, and thank you very much for coming. I am going to talk to you about the very exciting subject of federated Chalmian mints, or what I believe is effectively the third pillar of the Bitcoin open source ecosystem. Now, when making this talk, I wanted to think about and reflect on why we are here. And I don't mean in the existential sense, and I don't mean why we're here at Bitcoin 2022. I mean, why are we here at the open source stage? I think the reason we're here is because we understand how vital open source software is to the Bitcoin ecosystem, and ensuring that Bitcoin achieves its ultimate objective of separating money from state. Now, we understand that Bitcoin is a global scale, decentralized spelled in the UK way, by the way, not the US way, censorship-resistant money. Now, core to that, and no pun intended, is Bitcoin Core, which is a global scale, decentralized, censorship-resistant form of money and store of value. Now, over the last few years, we've seen the second pillar appear, which is Lightning, which again is a censorship-resistant, decentralized, global-scale payment network. But I believe we are missing a pillar. What we do not have and what we need is a censorship-resistant, decentralized, global-scale form of Bitcoin custody. Well, at least until Fedimint came along. Now, before I go into details as to, or give you an overview of what Fedimint is, I think it's important to understand why a decentralized Bitcoin custody system is so vital. And to understand that, we need to understand what are the current options if you want to custody your Bitcoin. Now, the first option, funnily enough, is third-party custody, or with a non-Cockney accent, third-party custody. Now, this is where you entrust your Bitcoin, not to yourself, not to a friend, but to a third party, someone who you don't know, i.e., a stranger. Now, way back when, we would trust our Bitcoin to unregulated exchanges, such as Mt. Gox. And as we all hopefully know, that didn't end well. What would happen is, if you trust your Bitcoin to someone who doesn't know you, they would either not look after it properly, and it will get stolen or lost, or they themselves will run off with your Bitcoin. So, in response to this, a number of people tried to set up regulated exchanges. I was one of these. 8 years ago, I set up a Bitcoin exchange. Now, the intent was good. I wanted to, and all of the others, wanted to set up exchanges to resolve these problems. But We resolved one and created a new problem. You see, what we were asking people to do is to, and we educated them to do, is to take their fiat and use it to buy a censorship-resistant money and then put it on an exchange which was regulated by a regulator. Regulators exist to regulate. Another word for regulation is censorship. So, you don't have to be a genius to realize that that's also, in time, not going to end well. Now, this is not hyperbole. I, over 8 years, saw an increasing level of regulation coming down the line, and now today, we are seeing, whatever your view, we're seeing Ukraine, Russia, where innocent Russians around the world are being lost, are losing their access to their Bitcoin. In the European Union, we're seeing new regulations come into place which effectively prevent or make it very difficult for people to gain personal custody of their Bitcoin. So, what was the solution to this? We advise and educate people to use first-party custody. This is where you are taking full personal responsibility for your Bitcoin. Now, from a censorship-resistant point of view, this is the gold standard. But the reality is that after 8 years of running a Bitcoin-only exchange, I had to come to the conclusion that maybe we can get 5%, maybe 10, maybe even 20% of people to self-custody, but 80 to 90% are never going to get there. And the reasons are simple. One, for many people, it was just too technically complex. They did not feel comfortable with the technical sophistication needed to self-custody. For others, they just couldn't afford it, especially in the global south. I'm a board member for B-Trust, and I understand that many people around the world would not be able to afford the cost for a hardware wallet, or if they could, it was better, given their total volume of Bitcoin, to buy more Bitcoin than to buy a hardware wallet. And third, for a lot of people, they were just too afraid. They just did not feel comfortable with custodying Bitcoin themselves, and they preferred to trust someone else other than themselves. So, in this arena, Fedimint appears. And Fedimint is a portmanteau, a mashup of the words Federated Chalmian Mint. Now, Fedimint contains 3 key innovations. One is philosophical, the second is structural, and the third are technical. The first, the philosophical, is instead of using third-party stranger custody or first-party do-it-all-yourself custody, you use second-party community custody, i.e., you take a community of close friends, close family, close work colleagues, and they form a community wallet together. We've already seen this happening in Bitcoin Beach. I was there last year in Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador. This idea is strange, potentially, to people in the West, but in the global South, this is very common for people to trust their friends and family. The second is structural. The Fedimint protocol recognizes that not all people in a community have the same technical acumen. So, just like in days of yore where tribes, the strongest in the tribe would look after the tribe, the technically strongest in the Fedimint community do the heavy lifting of running the community wallet, the Fedimint community wallet, on behalf of the tribe. Now, clearly, in that scenario, the guardians, what I like to call guardians, have a level of influence on the Bitcoin that normal members don't have. And in order to sort of effectively create guardrails around that and limitations on that, two technologies are put into place, the technologies that give Fedimint its name. The first is the use of federations. And you can think about these simply as multi-signature wallets, so that no one guardian, and in large federations, several guardians can act together to be able to create a transaction to take money out of the wallet. So you avoid key man single points of contact risk. The second is the use of Xiaomi and mints, and this is quite key. Because Xiaomi mints is a privacy protocol, and you'll hear more about this later, which means that guardians can work to manage the communal or community wallet, but they do not know the individual balances of community members. Furthermore, if a deposit comes into the wallet or a request for withdrawal goes out of the wallet, the guardians don't know who the money, Bitcoin coming in, is for, or who offered the request to go out of the wallet. Now, this provides a level of privacy which is not only better than third-party custody, where the exchange, the stranger, knows everything about your usage and all of their users, but it's actually better than first-party custody as well. Because blockchain analytics companies or blockchain monitoring companies are not able to determine the difference between a federated Fedimint wallet and a normal first-party wallet. So from their point of view, it's all one user. They can know the total amount of balance, but they don't know which person within that community, including the guardians, are doing what. So taken together, this means that Fedimint is global scale because we are able to get not only the most technically sophisticated out from a regulated regime, but also their close friends and family and work colleagues as well, wherever they may be in the world. It's decentralized because you can envision a future where there are 10,000 to 100,000 Fedimint communities around the world, not the few dozen hyper-large exchanges, regulated exchanges that we are quickly heading towards. And it is censorship resistant because if you are providing this service as a guardian and you are not choosing to make money from it, then in most jurisdictions around the world, most reasonable jurisdictions, that is exempt from regulation because you are not carrying out the task by way of business. And therefore, you do not need to be regulated like hardware wallets. Taken together, I believe, and when I heard about this a year ago, I believed that Fedimint has the potential to be the third key pillar of the Bitcoin open source ecosystem, a global scale, decentralized, censorship-resistant form of Bitcoin custody. Now, what do you do next? You can't see the URL, hopefully you can. The first thing is, please wait and listen to the next talk. This is about the future of Bitcoin privacy. I urge you also to listen to it, because it's a really interesting talk, but also you have El Syrian, who's the inventor of the Fedimint protocol and also the main contributor to the Minimint reference implementation of the Fedimint protocol. Two, and I'm sure he will go into more detail as to some aspects of Fedimint. Two, you should, it doesn't appear clearly here, but you should go to fedimint.org, where you can find out more about Fedimint, an understanding of how it works and the reasons behind it. And three, and most important, if you are a Bitcoin open source engineer or developer, or if you are someone who just wants to contribute to open source technology, I urge you to go to GitHub and the Fedimint project on GitHub and consider investing your time and contributing to the project. If you choose to do so, you will be helping ensure that Bitcoin achieves its ultimate objective, which is the separation of money from state. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this panel. Obi, thanks a lot. That was the best intro we could have hoped for. Obi gave the general idea of what we're going to be talking about on this panel. So that's federated eCash. My name is Adam van Wirdum. I work at Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Casey Rodermore. To the right, to the left for you, of course. And Eric Sirion. I'll let you guys introduce. Yeah, sorry. I'll let you guys introduce yourself briefly, just explain who you are. Casey first.
Sure, yeah. My name is Casey Rodermore. I'm a longtime sort of minor Bitcoin developer, hanging out in the shadows, doing random things. I have a bunch of preposterous ideas that I work on, but I'm very interested in Bitcoin privacy, and I got interested in Chaumian eCash on top of Lightning around the same time that Eric started to work on it. Yeah, and that's why I'm here.
Eric?
Yeah, hey, I'm Eric. I'm a crypto anarchist and aspiring cypherpunk, and have a background in distributed systems, cryptography. I'm a Rust programmer, and yeah, around the time of last year, I think we were talking at the Miami conference actually about a new project of mine, Minimint.
Yep.
And that's how we got together, and that's how the project, when the project got started.
Yeah, so let's talk about a little bit of the history, and we'll go back further than 1 year.
Yep.
So Chaumian Cash has a long history.
Very long.
Yeah, Casey, where does it come from?
Yeah, so the concept behind Chaumian Cash is, Chaumian Cash, okay, I did not get into what Chaumian Cash is yet, but it's based on something called blind signatures, which were invented by Chaum in 1982. And then in 1989, he actually started a company to try to commercialize that technology and provide a sort of private digital bank, a fully centralized private digital bank using blind signatures, and never really successfully commercialized it. But it's kind of an idea that's been there in the background for a long time. And one thing I recommend for people is look into the pre-Bitcoin history of digital privacy and digital cash technologies. There's many things like eCash in the past that are interesting ideas, weird takes, so it's definitely fertile ground to explore further.
Yeah, well Chaum, so David Chaum, who invented he was basically the first person ever to consider, if money is going digital, that could actually be very bad news if there's a central party that's tracking everyone's transactions. It's a nightmare, really. So he started to think about ways to make that private. So he's the first person that started to think about digital cash, really. Right. So the first, predecessor to Bitcoin, or the first, he's sort of the founding, how do you call it, the granddaddy of the whole movement, I would say. Yes, his first paper was called Transaction Systems to Make Big Brother Obsolete, so that sort of says it all.
Yeah.
So let's get into then the technical explanation. So how does this work? Do you want to take this, Eric?
Yeah, sure. Chaumian eCash is based on a super interesting technique called blind signatures. And what blind signatures allow you is, as a user, you can acquire a signature on a piece of data without showing this piece of data to the signer, which might sound a little bit weird in the beginning, but we'll get to it in a minute, why this is so important. If you still remember a carbon copy paper, you can imagine it as follows. You put your message, your note, into an envelope made out of carbon copy paper. You close the envelope, give it to the signer, they sign on the envelope, it pushes through, they give back the envelope, and you can open it, taking out the message with the valid signature, but the signer never saw the message. And how we construct eCash from that is by simply taking a random message, you just choose it randomly, some big number, and also take $1, let's say, or Bitcoin. We're at Bitcoin conference. So
so back in the days, Chaum was thinking of using actual bank accounts back then, so that's why that example also makes sense.
You take any amount of money, you also take this random number, put it in the envelope, give both to the signer, to the bank, and they would keep the money, sign the envelope, and give it back to you. And the signature would mean this is worth, let's say, $1 or 1 Bitcoin or 1 Satoshi. And later on, you could go back to the bank, show to them that you have the signed piece of data, and they would give you back the amount of money you deposited. And that's how you can also build a transaction system from that.
Yeah. So the practical effect is you have a bank where you deposit, and later you can withdraw, and the deposit is totally unlinked from the withdrawal is totally unlinked from the deposit. Customers show up, they have this message that proves that they deposited funds, but not who they are, when they deposited, whatever. The bank can verify its own signature, give them the funds, and has no idea any details of the customers.
Yeah, they know they really minted the cash, but they don't know which note they're getting back, which criminal number they're getting back.
Exactly.
Basically. And so the way it's sent, the way you pay is you literally send the number to someone else, right? And then that person will check immediately, essentially, with the bank in that case.
That's right. They'll essentially send the number to the bank and get it reissued, so then they get their own number that the payer doesn't know. So now the funds are in their control.
Yeah, that's how double spending back then was solved. You just check it immediately with the bank that's issuing this. Now we're applying this same trick essentially to Bitcoin. So one way you can do that is you basically have a Bitcoin bank. You have someone that's custodying the Bitcoin, and you get the federated, we'll get to the federated part.
Right, yeah, building up very, very simply. So the first thing you can do is you can just build a very simple Bitcoin bank with this system. You deposit Bitcoin, and you do this blind signature magic, you put the person who deposited it, you give them back some sort of token, a blinded token, and later they can withdraw it. So this is a nice one improvement on a fully centralized, fully non-private system. Now you have a centralized system, but now it's private. People can deposit and withdraw Bitcoin without the service knowing anything about the customers.
Right, but we're not completely happy with this custodial
No,
solution.
right, yeah, it's a lot of trust, and it's not decentralized, right? You have a lot of trust in a single entity that's running it, right? So we can do better with the magic of federation.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, you have to imagine, if you're running such a Bitcoin bank, you would probably want to do this as a NIM today, because the regulations around banking are very unfavorable to privacy. So you probably couldn't run an eCash bank in the open. So instead, you need to do it as a NIM, and then it's really easy to exit scam. So to solve this problem, essentially, we can split the trust over multiple people. There is this technology called federations. You might have heard of it. There is the Liquid Federation, which creates a sidechain. But you can also use federations for other things, for example, to federate eCash. And the concept behind it is, instead of holding all the Bitcoin in one wallet that is centrally controlled by one party, you can hold it in a multi-sig wallet with, for example, there are 11 people that you need 11 people out of 15 to actually move the funds. And that way it becomes much more secure, because now 11 out of 15 people have to collude against you to steal your money. And you can do the same thing to the blind signing process, to the blind signature algorithm. There are threshold blind signature algorithms for which you need 11, for example, 11 out of 15 members to collaborate to create these blind signatures and to sign your eCash tokens. And that way, we successfully split the trust over multiple people. And as Obi said, you probably have some people in your life that you kind of trust, maybe not fully. Maybe you wouldn't trust them with your life. But if you have sufficiently many of these, then you could construct such a community bank.
Yeah, and as Obi indeed mentioned, it is happening already. The Bitcoin Beach Wallet would be a good example of that, where they have this distributed trust model. So there's a very good argument to be made, I think, for a system like this. It's if people are already doing this, if they're already custodying Bitcoin in this sense for convenience sake, well, it would be great if we can add a privacy layer to that with a system like this.
Right, and you could have all sorts of arrangements, right? You could imagine this being friends and family. You could imagine in jurisdictions with favorable regulations where it's possible to do this, public people doing this. You could imagine, darknet markets or any wild people you want running this for profit or as like an adjunct to the existing services that you provide. And maybe you don't trust any one entity, but you trust them a little bit and you add up a little bit of trust and you get something that you feel comfortable putting some amount of funds into.
Or maybe even better, like in the case of darknet markets, they might be fierce competitors and you just trust that they hate each other enough to not collaborate.
Right.
And instead, that's like with Bitcoin. We essentially trust that the miners are in a fierce competition and don't collude against us, and then they're kept in check with some economic incentives. But essentially, yeah, as long as they don't have incentives to collude, it works.
Right.
Yeah, so we had a discussion about this earlier, so I want to see, Eric, do you think that these banks need to be anons or not? Like, if you're using a federated system, at least some form of identity kind of matters to make sure that they're not the same individual, right?
Yeah, you need to
What are your thoughts there? Is this something that's compatible with complete anonymity in that sense, or?
It's definitely not compatible with complete anonymity, but let's say you have Twitter nyms that have a reputation that they built over years. And it's hard to have like multiple nyms that have high engagement, let's say. And I pretty much trust that Shinobi, that's probably his main nym. He probably can't run multiple accounts shitposting that much. So I would totally trust him being a member of a federation. And then if there are multiple such people, then I could totally imagine a federation of nyms. And I really want to see this, like a cypherpunk federation, which is global, where you don't have like these second-party trust relationships, but it's still good enough. Like it gives you a lot of privacy, and hopefully they won't exit scam. But on the other hand, there is this need for community banking, which Obi described, and I think their federated eCash can also play an important role in local communities. Because currently what you're seeing with Bitcoin Beach Wallet or Galloy, it's super cool. I love it. But ideally, if we want to deploy this at a scale, you don't want your neighbor to know what you're spending your money on. And that's also a problem federated eCash is solving.
Okay, so did you want to add something that, like, who would be the ideal federation members, or how do you envision this solution? Who's going to adopt this in your view?
Right, the ideal federation members are just people who have something to lose if they collude against the federation. And that can be anybody. That can be Twitter nyms, that can be people who run businesses, people you know personally. And I was just going to say that like this isn't compatible with full anonymity, but it is compatible with pseudonymity.
Do we agree, by the way, this is probably the most important trade-off for systems like this? So we're getting great privacy, but regardless of your setup, there is some level of trust involved one way or another. Is this the main trade-off in your view?
Definitely. Like you're trading trust for privacy in that sense. But you're not only trading it for privacy, you're also trading it for convenience.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that like, when you use somebody else's computer, you don't have to set it up yourself. So that's another trade-off, right? You're trusting people, but you also are trading off like technical difficulty versus trust.
And like that's how I see it. We essentially Trojan horse privacy into Bitcoin that way. Like if we can make this so convenient that everyone wants to use it, then we will automatically give people more privacy and will also make it the natural thing to do. Like not only criminals use the private Bitcoin technology then, because currently, like if you're using Coinjoins, then you have the big problem. All exchanges will flag you and will freeze your funds. But if everyone is using this out of convenience, there's no reason to do this. Like they can't. You have like strengths in numbers.
Eric, is this system at least auditable? Can you know for sure that there's not more eCash issued than the Federation has Bitcoin in reserve?
That's the one big problem, I'd say. Like, you can't audit such a system because it provides such great anonymity that, the Federation never knows which tokens are already spent, which aren't. You have this, all the tokens in your anonymity set, but that also means you cannot generate a proof that you have a certain amount of funds for the issued eCash tokens, because you could not tell which ones to remove from the proof if you were doing something like the exchanges do, or some exchanges do, like proof of funds. Yeah, you fully trust the Federation in that sense.
Yeah, I know we can't peer into the future, and we can't, we can't figure out what people will figure out later.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to ask you, is there any sort of plausible scenario that in the future it might be audible in one or another, or is this just completely off the table in your view?
I mean, I thought about this for a long time, and what I came up with in the end was really close to the zero coin design.
Yeah.
And I think in any design where you have auditability, you require the users that want to spend money to sync some sort of blockchain or to sync some sort of global state to hide in. And that makes it not as convenient. Like with the current federated eCash system, you only need to care about your own eCash tokens, which is like small pieces of data which fits onto any phone. But as soon as you add the auditability, it becomes much more cumbersome to run a node. And then we probably can't Trojan horse privacy into Bitcoin because people won't run it.
One topic we haven't mentioned yet is the vision for integrating these kinds of systems, the federated Xiaomi systems, with Lightning.
Right.
That's part of your project, right, Eric?
Yeah,
or
definitely.
Casey wants.
Well,
you seem eager to say something.
Yeah, just wanted to say, like,
yeah.
we touched on the privacy of the depositors have from the people running the Federation. The people who run the Federation don't know anything about the depositors. The nice thing is that when you pair the system with Lightning, when users are depositing via Lightning and making payments and withdrawing via Lightning, you get very good privacy from outside observers. So to the point of view of an outside observer, somebody who's trying to surveil the Lightning network and surveil the chain, one of these Chaumian federated mints has a bunch of channels, right? And maybe you can observe, like, through, like, analysis, you can see, like, okay, how the balances are changing, maybe get some ideas of payments that are being made or whatever. But because so many users are using this one Lightning node and are essentially sharing all of these channels, an outside observer gets very little information about the actual activities or identity of the customers. It's essentially like one big, giant Coinjoin with this big shared Lightning node that is very hard to surveil and draw any conclusions about. So that's an important part about where the system gets its sort of external privacy.
It definitely say that's a part of it, but the original intent for integrating Lightning was actually to not make this like one federation to rule them all, because that would be enormously a centralizing force, because only people inside the federation can pay each other with eCash tokens. So if you don't have the Lightning integration, everyone would want to be in the same one big eCash federation, and that might become a systemic risk to Bitcoin. But if you can integrate Lightning, and I'm currently working on this, and I already have the outgoing Lightning integration, the incoming is currently being worked on, then you suddenly just have a Lightning wallet, like a really private federated Lightning wallet, and can interact with any other Lightning service, may it be another federated eCash mint, or like someone running their own Lightning node, or even like centralized services like Wallet of Satoshi. Like you're fully interoperable with the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, you can think of these federated mints as being sort of functionally equivalent to banks, and then Lightning being the settlement network, which makes it very easy to move between them very quickly.
And instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, this does seem to bring, for me, this does seem to bring up like a bit of attention maybe. So you're basically suggesting that you would prefer these federated mints to not be too large, and I guess the main risk of that is the custodial risk again? Or?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but then the trade-off there is, I think for optimal privacy, you actually want very large,
That's right, to increase the size of the anonymity set.
Yeah, so there seems to be some kind of tension there going on.
Yeah, I mean, you just want, like, everybody has some price at which they will defect. I don't know, maybe not everybody. And you just don't want to hit that price with like a single federation with like a giant pot of gold. So yeah, there's tension. But yeah, as the more people you have on the Federation, the more transactions you have, the better privacy you get. But probably you don't need to have that many users to have very good privacy, right? Like if it's reasonably popular, if it's making lots of transactions pretty much continuously, you're going to get pretty good privacy. And there can probably be...
That might require a lot of users, right? Like what, do you have any ballpark? Like at what point do you have enough, a big enough privacy pool? Sorry, what do you call it?
An anonymity set. Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, you kind of want there to be like constant transactions, right? As long as there's like a constant transactions and you have a hard time doing any sort of timing attack. And I don't know how many users that is. If Lightning is broadly adopted, maybe you don't need that many users at all.
Yeah, this ties into our next subject, and maybe we were sort of skipping ahead. But so what are there weaknesses from a privacy perspective? So you mentioned timing attack. Maybe there's someone in the room that doesn't know what it is. I doubt it in this room, but okay, very quickly explain what a timing attack is.
A timing attack would be when maybe you observe an on-chain deposit, and then you're also surveilling the Lightning network, and so you, through watching changing channel balances, you see an outgoing payment from the Federation, right? You see deposit on-chain to the Federation, then you see an outgoing deposit or an outgoing Lightning transaction from the Federation. So then from that, you might surmise that the deposit was the same person who made the outgoing payment, right?
Yeah, that's especially a problem if you want to use such a federation for tumbling, because we didn't go into this yet. We mainly presented this as a way to make payments, but you can also use it to tumble Bitcoins and, for example, to recycle toxic change you got from Coinjoins. There are so many possibilities to use this technology, and for that you'd have to wait for like a reasonable period of time that other operations happen and that you have some anonymity set. And like a second weakness, I'd say, is in the current implementation. It's not a theoretical weakness, more a practical one. To make the system efficient, we're using multiple amount denominations. Like, let's imagine we had only 1 Satoshi tokens and wanted to send a whole Bitcoin, then we'd have to assign like 100 million random data strings, and that would take a long time, like even on modern computers. So what we do instead is we introduce like tokens that are worth 1 Satoshi, 10 Satoshi, 100 Satoshi, and so on. So that reduces our anonymity set per denomination. But in the end, I believe if all the users of the Federation have roughly the same amount of money, then it's still good enough. Like the problem is if you're the rich dude in the Federation and the only one owning like the 1 Bitcoin tokens, that would be problematic. But you can see this. Like you can create a Federation and ask, hey, how many tokens did you issue of this denomination? And if you see there's no one issuing 1 Bitcoin tokens, then you just take the like 0.01 Bitcoin tokens and issue 100 of them. And then you got your privacy back.
Right.
So Eric, your specific project is called Minimint.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the status of that? How far are you with that?
Like it's currently a research project. I tested on rec tests. I definitely wouldn't put any main chain funds on it yet, but I'm planning to have it ready for like an early alpha release in October for Hackers Congress Indianapolis. I want to pay my coffee with it, and I did this last year, but it was kind of a hack because I used the rec test Bitcoin in the Federation to trigger a payment from a Lightning node which was operating on mainnet, so that's kind of cheating. But this year, I want to have real Bitcoin in there, and I have to put my skin into the game, dog food this, and then it will become awesome.
Has there been any interest from other projects to integrate this, or not yet?
I mean, not really yet. I mean, it's in the early stages. I got a lot of support, like definitely. I got a lot of support from Wasabi people. Like we were discussing the crypto behind it, and a lot of outreach, but from like a more user-facing point of view, not really yet, because it doesn't make sense. Like currently, I'm still working on the deep tech behind it and not on any user-facing apps, but this time will definitely come.
One thing to mention is that it's written in Rust, so if you like Rust, you're looking for a Rust Bitcoin project to contribute to. Selling point, you know?
I was just going to say, what do you need at this point? Developers, that's the main thing?
Yeah, definitely. Like I need Rust developers to build the main thing, like the server component and also the client library. And what I'm currently planning on is building a WebAssembly-based client where I compile the client library for federated eCash into a WebAssembly, and then someone could build like a React interface to it. And so it's easier to use, just put it on your phone, like scan QR codes, that would be awesome. So if anyone has any knowledge about this stuff, I don't. Like, I'm really a backend guy. I'm a Rust developer, but I'd love to cooperate.
We've hinted at it at several points throughout this panel, but eCash is, of course, not the only privacy tool for Bitcoin. People are working on different solutions to increase privacy. What's the vision for how does federated eCash fit into a broader picture for
Yeah, I mean, so the ideal world would be one where lots of people use solutions like federated eCash to do these private L2 payments, and then all of the on-chain payments, all of the L1, or a lot of the L1 activity is just massive Coinjoins, right? It's just massive, like the federation needs to like get some coins and send it to another federation, or another, like somebody needs to make an off-chain or an on-chain withdrawal, and they just all do it through giant Coinjoins, and sort of like non-settlement payments all happen through these private L2 mechanisms.
Yeah. Maybe one thing to add there. Coinjoins are currently not great because you have all these different denominations, and if you want to pay a certain amount, then that's a really weird amount, and this will stick out. But if we were doing all the commerce on layer 2, then we could have common denominations, or like on the base layer, and that makes Coinjoins so much more efficient. And I can imagine a future where every spend is a Coinjoin. That's the future I'm working for. Like, I want to see this.
All right. Well, guys, we're out of time. So thanks a lot for doing this with me.
Awesome.
Thank
you,
everyone, for coming. This is the last talk here, so this room, that was it. Thanks.